Good morning, commissioners. Welcome back. Thank you again for yesterday. I just have gotten so much feedback about the level of engagement, the content that you all were contributing to. And I think I said yesterday, the role of the commission really is to advise on specifics. And we did that yesterday. So thank you. Thank you to those members of the public that were also engaged with us. Really appreciated your voice in the various discussions that we had. So let's start off with roll call. Matt, would you like to call the roll? Absolutely. Sorry.
We understand.
Michelle Andrews, Mildred Brown, Summer Harding, Avani and his wife,
Here.
Sarah Jocham, April Lopez, Christina Mills,
Here.
Stewart, Gina Blade,
Here.
Kayla Rodriguez, Kimberly Salmonson,
Here.
Barbara Schulman,
Here.
Janine Italian,
Here.
David Toston, Steve Winlock, here, Mike Infante,
Here.
Great. Thank you, Matt. So Summer, would you like to lead us? I'm sorry, Havania, would you like to lead us in the flag salute? Thank you, Havania. All right, let's, yesterday we ended our day with committee meetings and really appreciate the discussion that folks did in those committee meetings. I know that there's always more discussion than we have time for. So I know that the meeting that I was in, we definitely moved along quickly and robustly. We accomplished a lot. So thank you for that. Before we jump into committee reports from our two leads from those two committees, our policy and our ledge committees, Barbara, would you mind giving us some reminders and reviewing the agenda?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back for our second day. A reminder that we try not to use acronyms when speaking. We use what everything stands for. IEP is an individualized education plan, so the people watching and the people here know exactly what you're talking about. This morning, we're starting with an assessment update. We're going to California Assistive Technology Program. We're going to have our report from Christian Wright, our State Special Education Director. We're going to go to liaison reports, and then California State Systemic Improvement Plan update, and then voices from the field. Then we're going to have lunch, and then a Department of Finance update, general public comments, turn the page, bylaw discussion, and then agenda building for our next meeting, which, as you know of yesterday, we've already got a couple of things that we've put on. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Barbara. All right, committee leads. So we have, again, our ledge committee and our policy committee. Folks were able to break out, talk about a few things that were relevant to the work that the commission is charged with doing. Summer, Steve, either of you want to kick us off on updates from your discussion?
Sure.
Okay.
Morning. Morning. We had a nice conversation. We have some good news to share. We have a new student advisor to the legislative committee. Full disclosure, she's my daughter. She's a first-year law student at UC Hastings, and so it's a nice chance for us to maybe send some bills to her and have her read them and provide us summaries, and it's not bad as a little marker on her first resume building experience. So we'll put her to work with looking at some bills that are coming through the pike for us. We had a conversation about our Capitol visit that we will plan for April. Sorry, Matt, first thing in the morning. It's a lot of work for Matt, so We appreciate all of his efforts in helping us plan for that. We discussed the success that we felt that we had last year with putting ourselves into small groups and meeting our own representatives. So we probably will go with that kind of a model, and then expanded upon that to hopefully try to get visitations with 2 or maybe even 3 people, some of which might be our representatives and also committee members, depending upon what bills make it to what committee. We also discussed perhaps having our good friend Tony Thurman, see if he might be available to come and meet with us. And so we'll make outreaches towards that. So that seems to be in the works. We'll be talking to Matt. He'll be a great support for us as we try to put that event together. The idea was maybe we will shoot for the Thursday portion of our meeting in the morning, not try to do lunch as we did before because that was too challenging, but break for lunch and then have everybody reconvene here for maybe a wrap up. So we had a good conversation about that. We looked at some of the bills that are currently in process. Our focus sort of oriented around AB 8 and AB 428. AB 8 has some mental health issues in it, and AB 428 is a big bill encompassing a lot about equalization. So we're going to keep an eye on those, see how they progress. I think that we're perhaps going to try to work out some language that might be developed so that we can present to the commission on Wednesday of our meeting in April in case we want to have an opinion about either one of those bills, so that when we meet with representatives on Thursday, we might be able to provide them some insight on how we feel about that. And so that will be in the works between this meeting and April. And I think that just about covers it. Thank you, everybody, for your input in that meeting yesterday.
Very nice, Summer. Thank you for your leadership on that. Any questions, comments for Summer on the ledge visit or the discussion that took place yesterday? No? Okay. All right, thank you. And please extend, again, another thank you to Kate for weighing in and helping us do some analyses on the different bills that are coming our way.
What's nice is she called me afterwards. Mom, was I okay? Was I awkward? Did I say the right things? This is a nice part of parenting.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, thank you. Okay, Stephen, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Our policy committee met yesterday, and just some areas that we have been focused on. Before our meeting, we've been working on the proposal of the changes to the ACSE strategic plan, the legislative platform model. We've been working, Summer and Kristen and I have been meeting before our meeting today yesterday to actually look at what we should be looking at in those changes that we're looking at the plan. We have just on a proposal, we're looking at the issue about adding another pillar to the 4 pillars that are there now. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. And as we look at that pillar, we really felt it was important to add a section around family and student engagement, which will be as its own separate pillar in the strategic planning. So we wanted to make sure that that's an area that's really focused on. So we'll be working on that and bringing the pillars at the next meeting to our general group for your proposal. We also spent the time looking at the disability equity. It's not a rubric. We're trying to think about what we're going to be calling it, but we've kind of settled right now a little bit on the issue of considerations, guidelines. We're trying to assist those that are creating legislation to actually use this as a lens as they're looking at their legislation in the 5 areas about clarifying the purpose, making sure it's identifying and engaging stakeholders, make sure it's considering impact and alternatives, ensuring access, providing support, and ensuring accountability. So we have been looking at this guideline as a way that when a legislator, when they're making laws and areas, that they consider each one of those areas, because all 6 of them are important to make sure that they're part of legislation, especially as it deals with disability. And so what we're doing right now in our committee is going through each one of those sections to make sure that it is touching upon areas that we believe that need to be addressed as we are looking at the development of that legislation. For instance, we're adding the issue about making sure that it's in clarifying the purpose, make sure that your legislation is looking at improving outcomes for students with disability, that your legislation should be addressing those kinds of things in that area. Making sure that you're addressing the platforms from the strategic plan and legislative platform model that we're going to be bringing for approval as our kind of strategic plan and direction model. So we're just saying that as legislation is being created, that the guidelines are being used to assist in the legislation in making sure that those areas that you're addressing those in your legislation. So we're working heartily around that piece, a lot of discussion about what needs to be included, what should be involved in that. But I think that we will have our clarity around our disability equity guidelines in place. Hopefully our next meeting, we will be presenting what we believe is our next, what is the guide that we'd like to present to the commission as a whole. And then also making sure that our changes to the ACSE strategic plan legislative platform model is in place. So that's what we've been working on. A lot of discussion.
Very nice. Questions or comments for Stephen on the committee work yesterday?
Okay, boss.
I just want to pull some of this alignment. I mean, given our theme of alignment, I just want to point out that we will be going and having our ledge visits at our April meeting, which is very exciting. I know that it's a highlight of the year. And the opportunity to have our platform updated, and I really appreciate the work that the policy committee has done in tandem with the ledge committee, that yes, bills are just now being introduced, so we might not, we don't have a meeting between now and April. However, it's clear through these pillars that we can identify those bills that really resonate for the work of the commission and be able to articulate that in a cohesive way. So just appreciate, all the work that I know goes on outside of this meeting, as you as individuals are thinking about our impact and how we make those discussions with legislators as meaningful as possible. So thank you for that. Let's see. All right. Well, we are ready to jump in. Any questions, comments before we jump into our first item? All right. So then let's look at the agenda. We are on item number 8, and this is one of our standing items, an opportunity to hear from our partners, colleagues at the department. I'd like to welcome Mao Vang and Marianne Arcia. Hope I said that correctly, to the podium. Thank you guys for coming down.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little short here.
No worries.
Thank you, Gina, and Chairperson Gina Plate, and commissioners. I am Mao Vang. As you have mentioned, this is Marianne Arcella. She is with Educational Testing Service, our contractor for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, as well as the English language proficiency assessments for California testing programs. And we will be going over some new features for you that we are working on our reporting for families. And first off, though, I want to say that Michelle Center, our director, is very sorry that she cannot be here to present to you. However, she is in Southern California doing a similar presentation to the Curriculum and Instruction Steering Committee conference. So rest assured, we're covering the state. Okay, should we just go ahead and proceed? And I will go over some a quick little history for you, kind of what we did when we transitioned to all computer-based testing. Remember in 2013-14, we did a field test of all students in the state of California in grades 3 through 8 and 11 in the Smarter Balanced English Language Arts and Math assessments. So in 2014-15 was our first operational year where we had reports, and we felt at the time that there was a lot of transition happening. Transitioning 100%, probably almost 100% of our tests to online was really a big change. So we wanted to keep some of the other areas, like to have some stability and maintain that consistency for families. So we didn't transition our reporting to online for families. However, after a few years, we wanted to make sure that the families have an opportunity to receive reports in a different way. So the paper reports that we were sending at that time, they were printed and delivered to local educational agencies, and then they intermailed those reports to families, or provided for the students and families in their for them to take home to families. But beginning last year, we held some focus groups and gathered feedbacks from parents and guardians and community members. And we looked on ways to make the score reports more accessible and provide them in a more timely manner and efficient manner for families. So I'm going to kind of stop talking there, and I'm going to have Mary Ann come up and talk to you specifically what we did.
Good morning. Thank you, Mel. So as Mal mentioned, my name is Mary Ann Arcia with the Educational Testing Service. Educational Testing Service is the state testing contractor to the California Department of Education. And we develop, administer, score, and report on 2 of the major assessments, the California Assessment for Student Performance and Progress, as well as the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California. And this year, what we're doing is we've had 2 separate contracts and now are combined into one, which really gives us a lot of opportunity to do more with what we have. So in my role at Educational Testing Service, I'm the executive director, and I have responsibility for all the action, really. And one of the most exciting things that we've been doing over the last couple of years, as Mal mentioned, is really transforming reporting for families. And we've done that in multiple ways throughout the years, and we're starting to see a lot of that come into production. And this year, 18-19, will be the first year that we'll be able to share that more widely with parents and guardians. So one of the things that, as Mal mentioned, we kept the stability in some areas as the assessments moved online, and reporting was one of those areas. So in addition to working on as the state testing contractor, I'm also a parent. So I would receive the same reports that we produced, and I get them in the mail with all the other district or school information. I take a look at it and talk with my kid about it, and then put it up on the fridge, because that's what you do with those things, right? And so that, then it stayed up there until the next report came and all that. Now, for me, though, I've been fortunate in that I'm in the assessment area, so I'm able to understand what's in the reports, and I also know that I can use it. I need to use it in context with other information, and also talking with my kid's teacher. But other families are not as lucky, including some of my own family members, where they know that I'm in the assessment world, and they'll pelt me with lots of questions about the assessments and the results and things like that. And so, we really wanted to make sure that as we started transitioning reporting, that we really tried to address a lot of those needs. So what we did over the last year was we talked with the usual people. We talked with advocacy groups, we talked with educators, school districts, but we also made a concerted effort to talk with parents of the students that would be eligible to take these tests. And that's across the board. It wasn't just kids in the regular classrooms, but we also made it a point to reach out to English learner parents or parents of English learners, parents of students with IEPs of the full range, and various combinations of those kind of students. So last year we held a series of focus groups with these parents, and this was throughout California, northern, central, and when I say northern, I really do mean northern, in the Bay Area, Sacramento area, and then certainly in Southern California as well. And many of the focus groups, some were done in person, where we literally had parents and guardians come in. Some of us watched through a two-way mirror, so that was a lot of fun. But we heard their comments live and were able to hear their reactions to the current set of reports, as well as some of the ideas and some of the suggestions that we had. Some were shot down straight away. And so it's like, okay, we're not going to do that. But there were lots of good nuggets that we came away with. And so at the end of the day, though, generally the families stated that they weren't getting enough from the report, in the sense of they weren't able to access them in understanding, or they weren't able to access them because of the super tiny print, the links were not clickable, just things like that. And so I'll read a quote that pretty much summed up the feeling. All parents, at the end of the day, you're tired, and this comes home, meaning the report. It's a lot of text, and you're trying to make dinner and reading. It's a lot to take in. Make it simple, interesting, something we can understand and talk to our kids about. So we really took that to heart. And more specifically, what the parents said, guardians said at the focus groups, was that they wanted electronic delivery. That was very clear, top of the list. They wanted quick and easy access. They wanted the reports to be accessible for all users and formatted for use on different devices. And they wanted the reports to be available in multiple languages. And between CASP and LPAC, we have had a very limited set of languages. And then they wanted us to look at more engaging formats like videos. So we set out, it's a tall order, but we're up for the challenge because we love a challenge. And so we started on that path. Last year, we spent quite a bit of time. The biggest thing that we did, which a lot of parents won't see until this year, actually, was working with the school districts and student information system vendors to move from paper to electronic reports. Paper delivery just takes a lot of effort. There's the production of them. We have to package them the right way. We have to send them out to the LEAs and then the school districts. And then the school districts have to do their own repackaging, resorting. There's a lot of investment in that. And so moving to electronic delivery of the reports solved a lot of the logistical issues. And the goal is that it would also save locally district funding so that they don't have to pay for temp support and they don't have to take over a gym just to collate all these reports. And so that was the biggest thing that we did last year, is move to electronic reporting. And so what I'm going to do is show you a video that we produced and is available publicly that talks a bit more about electronic reporting.
Technology is everywhere in education, whether it's lab work in a classroom, using the internet to do research for a class project, or listening to music. No matter what the subject, technology plays a big role. Starting in 2014, California has been transitioning its statewide assessment system, called the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP, to online. This transition includes adding the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, also called LPAC, to online testing. And as part of our commitment to build a quality education system and to keep up with how students interact with the world, now families will receive an enhanced student score report, and for the first time, be able to receive the report electronically. This change will offer a more dynamic way of providing information about how students are progressing in their educational careers, thanks to the help of parents, teachers, and school principals for providing their input.
So I'm a 20-year educator, and I've really watched the digital platform kind of change that communication piece between home and school. It's really an important conversation because I think 20 years ago, you waited for the progress report or you waited for the report card. Maybe there was an email that came from the teacher if there was a real problem or a phone call home. But other than that, it was kind of dark until the report came in.
The electronic score reports offer many benefits to parents, students, and school districts. Convenience. Now, families will be able to easily and securely access current and historical electronic score reports from your school's student information system using a mobile device or through a computer. Receiving a child's test result will no longer rely on a one-time mailing that could easily get lost. Fast. Families will now have access to a child's score earlier than ever. The new reports will also be efficient. The amount of money it costs school districts to ship paper student score reports will be greatly reduced or eliminated. Engaging and more contemporary. The new reports will provide the opportunity to deliver more dynamic and detailed information about a student's progress because they are no longer limited to one sheet of paper.
One of the real benefits, it seems to me, is that now when you get the school report, it's online, and that offers hyperlinks that are available to take you to other resources.
The new reports that can be delivered electronically will also encourage the use of a school district's parent portal as a one-stop shop for families to access their child's information and progress. Talk to your school district about which parent portal they use.
I think with the online platform, the digital portals, every formative assessment, every quiz, every homework assignment that's graded online and placed somewhere for the parent to see, now the parent becomes a partner in that child's education.
The new reports are also more accessible. They are available in 5 different languages and with more languages added in the future. Change takes time, and there will be challenges along the way. The California Department of Education, along with Educational Testing Service, is working closely with all school districts to help support them with this change. Talk to your school administrators about how your school district plans to make these new score reports available to families and the use of parent portals. This change is exciting, and it's the right way for California to continue moving ahead.
Our parents live in the digital world, our students live in the digital world, and now their assessment results will kind of be in that world that they already live in. I think it really will leverage parent participation in a student's education.
Fantastic. Now, is that already up on the website? Nice. Oh, great. Okay. Thank you.
And
Nice.
the nice thing too is because we're leveraging the YouTube translation, it could be translated into other languages.
Oh, wow. Great.
The video, I mean.
Christina, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate that there's text captioning on that video. I did notice that there was no, what am I trying to say? It's early in the morning. There was no audio description for what the visuals were. And so it does make me wonder if the website is, the new scoring system website will be fully accessible, if it's 508 compliant for parents who are blind or low vision, if that was taken into consideration. And then the other piece that I just want to add that I always bring up when we go to electronic means is recognizing how many families in California still do not have internet access. And I think that that's still a big barrier. And if there's a secondary way for parents to still get that information, I think it's valuable. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see families doing their homework in their cars outside of Starbucks.
We definitely heard that and understand that. As far as the 508 compliance, so the idea, and I'll point to the here, whoops, go back, okay. So leveraging existing systems for family engagement and year-long usage. So what we're talking about there are the parent portals or whatever the school district has locally that they use to communicate to their parents. And so we know that some of the parent portals are much further along in terms of 508 compliance and accessibility in general. Not only in 508 compliance, but also in multiple languages. Some of the vendors are further along in that, and others still need to work on that. And so part of this move to electronic score reporting really has kind of upped the ante to make them do that. So we're working with the LEAs, and there's some LEAs that have their own homegrown system that we've been working with to make sure that they can deliver the reports in the ways that they need for their parents, their families. We do recognize that there are a lot of families that don't have internet access specifically, but one of the things that we've been finding from lots of various surveys and research is that there are the majority of adults have smartphones, and which comes with it some level of internet access. And in the areas where there is higher mobility, as far as moving around, and especially in California, a lot of families have the smartphones that they just take with them. And so one of the advantages of having the electronic delivery is the ability to provide it on a device that they can use. So we're definitely keeping those things in mind as we're pushing through some of these new features.
A follow-up, thank you for that. So when you're working with the LEAs to enhance and improve the system, is there any guidelines on 508 standards or reminders given to them as a way to continue to improve?
That's a good question. And I think we need to work on that in a bit more formal fashion. That has come up many, many times, though, as one of the guiding principles of what we're trying to do with making sure that it's as accessible as possible. But I think we'll take that back as far as putting together more formal guidelines for LEAs.
Simple question. Could a parent get a paper copy if they wanted it?
We worked on this together, apparently, because let me show you this, go to the next slide. So we do, as I mentioned, we do recognize that the change is hard, change is challenging. In the video, I like that picture of the kid where he's like tossing his head back when we talk about the challenges, and because there's a lot of things that could go wrong. It's technology. And so this slide shows how the student score report gets to the LEA, and then what they can do with it after. So the LEAs do access it through secure cloud services. It's available 24/7 as long as there's no maintenance on the server, but it's available to them whenever they want. And they could go out and have their system or their student information vendor go out and get the data directly. And so then the school districts have the ability to deliver in multiple ways. Ideally, the goal is to get them delivered electronically so that we can reach as many people as possible. Smartphones, laptops. Some school districts have taken to establishing hubs within their schools or in their school offices so that a parent could go in there and request not only the assessment report, but maybe their students' grades or other information on their parent portals. So LAUSD is trying to establish that at all of their schools. But to your point, Commissioner, one of the things that we made sure was available is to have paper delivery still. And so the report is formatted in such a way that it can be printed. It is longer than previously, but it can be printed, and it could be handed to the student, printed for the parent-teacher conference, or mailed as normal, where the district might want to include other information. There is a local school district that we're working with, Elk Grove Unified. It's just south of here. And they're doing a mixed mode of delivering, where some of it's electronic, some of it's paper, and there are other school districts. We have one in the Central Valley, where they're doing electronic first, and then they're looking. They're working with their SIS vendor to see which parents have not yet logged in, and then they're reaching out to those parents by phone, by email, by Remind, or whatever app that they use, and then by mail if they need to. So it's I think what we're seeing is our LEAs trying to figure out better uses of their resources, so they're not collating reports and instead, moving those resources to other areas in education.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the school district would be able to see who has gotten on and who has looked up the information, and if not, then I, as a school district, would know that these 20 people have not.
If their student information system, if their parent portal is set up that way, yes.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. You asked about the video, and so it is available on YouTube. But we also have provided school districts with a web page on the CASP.org and LPAC.org administration sites. And not only does it have the link to the video, but it also has information for them on the various options that they can use to distribute their score report. So this kind of providing additional guidance for them on delivering for the best needs of their families. Okay. All right, so you saw a little bit in the video about the report itself, the format of the report itself. And so because we're doing it electronic delivery, we're able to take a bit more freedom with the look of the report so that it has a contemporary design. That's one of the things that the parents asked for, so it's more engaging. We also had the ability now to enhance the presentation of the report itself, so that we paid attention to things. We're now able to do color besides the yellow, or the California gold is what we call it. So now we're able to use additional color, and the color is 508 compliant. We're able to use more spacing, larger text font size, and just a lot of things to make it more useful and usable. And then, as you saw in the video, probably one of my favorite things is the ability to have live hyperlinks. In the past with the paper, we always included some URLs, some website addresses for additional information, but the parent always had to type it in, and it's really tiny because we wanted to fit everything we could in those 2 pages. Now with electronic delivery, we're able to expand and make those links hyper or live. So this is what, these are thumbnails of what the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress reports look like. This is what parents will be getting this year. It is printed, it'll be 4 pages. In electronic format, it's a scroll, it'll appear as if it's a continuous web page that they can scroll up. And it's sectioned out so that they can easily consume chunks of information. In the video, it's hard to see here, but here on the very last page and in some places in between, there are live hyperlinks, and they could just click on that when on their device and go. Now, that said, if it is printed, it's much more readable because it is a larger text size, so that they can enter it also on their URL, on their web browser. And for the LPAC, this is the LPAC version, the English Language Learner Proficiency Assessment version of the 1819. This one, because we started, this particular report format was approved before we got the combined contract to put CASP and LPAC together in the same system. So this one is in progress. What we'll be doing this year, actually this spring, is setting up more focus groups with parents to kind of refresh the format of this. The content will be the same, the information will be the same, but we want to make sure that now these gauges are accessible, that the information is readable, and of course that we have links, especially to the information on what are the next steps for the student for resources or for English language proficiency. All right, and one of the things that we are also able to do is because it's interesting that how moving to from paper to electronic did free up several more resources, and so what we weren't able to do previously was provide many languages. In fact, for CASP, we only had 2, English and Spanish. For LPAC, we only had English, which some people may think, oh, that's kind of ironic because that's the English language test. So now we're able to fulfill the goal of making sure we have more languages. For CASP, we are going to introduce traditional Chinese, Filipino, which will be Tagalog, and Vietnamese as far as written language. And then for LPAC, we are going to have a Spanish version as well as the traditional Chinese, Tagalog, and Vietnamese. And then as the years roll on, we'll try to include more languages in there available to parents for the reports. Right, so now I'm going to, okay.
I'm just wondering how you guys decided to pick those languages instead of the other languages to translate them into?
So that was a kind of a simple top 10 kind of decision. And so the state has, the CDE has a list of the most commonly spoken home languages. And so what we did in looking at the resources and the timing and things like that is work with the California Department of Education to select the most popular languages. Now the next set of languages, we might go differently. We might not pick the next 3 or 4 that are on that top 10 list or top whatever list. We might, it might be that there are languages that are really, really needed because maybe there's not as many translators, and that's important, you know. So that's usually, it'll be a discussion with the CDE, and because of the type of contract it is, the State Board of Education will also be involved in the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to switch gears now to another type of report that's available to parents and guardians, to families, as well as to the public. And these are the public web reporting sites. So we spent quite a bit of time this school year working through streamlining the public web reporting sites. Previously, in 17-18, there were 2. We had 2 completely separate sites. One was for the CASP program, one was for the LPAC program. And this year, because of lots of feedback from advocacy groups and families, what they really wanted to see is a central place, a central location for these major assessments that their kids are taking. And so this year, what we are doing is redesigning the landing page so that we have these tiles where it's all inclusive for both CASP and LPAC, and it's organized by type of test. And so we think that this will help when the parent or guardian clicks on that link to go to the to see their district information on their aggregations. They can look at all the assessments at the same time if they wanted to. So we're streamlining this, and we're doing quite a bit more work on this.
I have a question. I have to go back a little bit because it just came up. Did you say that you're historically keeping students? So if I looked at this year's report, I could also see last year's?
Yes.
Did you say that?
I didn't say that, but you can do that, actually. I didn't say that specifically. but
Well,
yes, you
and
can.
all of a sudden, when I saw this, I was wondering if I could see from year to year.
Yes, for the student score reports, that is possible. In fact, actually,
Yeah.
one of the things I forgot to mention is that with this, we actually released the ability for school districts to provide authorization to their student information system vendors to access the information directly. So that literally just started last week. And you think, well, we haven't even started testing. How are reports available? We actually have the historic reports. And so we have, as of yesterday, actually, there were 400 school districts that authorized their SIS vendors to access the reports. And we have about 40 users who actually looked at the student reports. So it's so far working out really well. And so as the reports get released for this year, we're hoping to get more feedback from the users, from the parents. So, And the other thing I'll just mention, you didn't ask this, but I'll just mention that one of the things that I know has been challenging for parents that transfer, their kids transfer, they move for whatever reason, is finding that stinking report. Now the report will follow the kid. And the old district will still have access to their kid because it was their kid before. So yeah, so it's a lot more flexible in that way.
Going to be tied in together.
All right. So all this is all good because we've been doing this for the assessment programs for quite a while, and we have a good sense of the data, the results. One of the things that we wanted to make sure, though, to focus on is what does it mean to the parent? And so the California Department of Education partnered with Smarter Balanced to develop a new website specifically for parents. And it's called Starting Smarter. We're just in the process of putting together the content, and this will be available in spring once the reports become available for this administration. And the whole idea with Starting Smarter is to have it be more engaging to the parents, much less technical language, much more accessible language. The website itself is 508 compliant, and so that was very important as well. And there's a lot of branding as well that we tried to do so that the Starting Smarter site looked very similar to the student score report, that also looked similar to the to the public web reporting site, so that the idea is that all of this information is available to the parents and they are all connected. So Starting Smarter will include all of the assessments that are available for CASP and also the LPAC assessments. And the parent or guardian can go to this and start looking up information or reading information in ways that they have the ability to control. So when they go to the main page, they'll see a certain level of information about generally what the assessments are going to be like for this year, understanding the reports and the areas of the report. They'll also have access to test questions. Now, we already have practice tests and training tests available, and anyone actually can take a look at them and actually try to answer the questions and all that. But it doesn't provide an explanation of why this is the right answer or what content area we're trying to assess. So what we did and what Smarter did, the California Department of Education did, is we took some of those questions that are available in the practice and training tests and used them to kind of blow out the information. And so in this section, the parent can take a look at an English language grade 4 test question for reading, for example. Not only will they be able to see the item, the test question, but they also see explanations of what kind of responses we're looking for, how it would be scored if it's a constructed response item. And so just providing more information about the specific tests themselves. And then Starting Smarter will also have additional information. So if the parent wants to do a much deeper dive than what's available on the main site, they can go ahead and do that with links to different things. And it'll be specific to the content area. So science will have different set of resources than English learner will versus ELA versus math and the alts. So this will be tailored to the specific assessment. Right. So with those 4 big things, we took care of a lot of the parent and guardian needs that I went through from the focus groups. We tried to have electronic delivery, tried to make it quick and easy, more engaging, more accessible. But one of the things that they also put on their list was in different formats, and video was definitely the choice of format if it wasn't the paper or the electronic version. So that was an interesting challenge because it's not, how do you do a video? The reports, the formatted reports, are custom to the student. It shows their student information. It shows their test results. It shows, the different areas and how they performed, but it's for that student. So how do you do that for a video? So we were fortunate in being able to partner with Spotlight Education, and they're a small company in the Davis area, Davis, California. And they've been doing video report cards for school districts throughout the country, including California. And so we talked with them about what we could do about this particular need. And so one of the things we talked through them was, well, how could a video really support the families? And they had a previous video report card project that they did, and it was partially funded by a grant, and so there was a study conducted on it. And this is some of the feedback from their earlier work. So families that received the report card indicated that the VRC means video report card. VRC helped me better understand my school's performance in schools. And we had they had 81% of the English-speaking parents agree with that, and 88% of the parents who spoke a different language agree with that. I'm more likely to speak with my child's teacher after watching the video report card. Again, high agreement with that. And then all parents should receive the video report card. Now, the video report card was available in multiple languages. So one of the things that the parents who are non-native English speakers mentioned is that it was very refreshing to hear a video about their student in their own language. And so the videos were very favorably received by parents. And in addition, because the videos were customized for their student, nearly 90% of the parents felt that the videos, which were, for the video report cards, they were like 5 to 7 minutes long, were about the right duration. They were more engaged, even though it was, I mean, if you think about it, most clips, news clips, are very, very short. 5 to 7 minutes is a long time for a video in this day and age, but they felt that it was the right length because it was about their kid. So what we did was we, ETS, Educational Testing Service, and engaged with Spotlight to do an actual ETS-funded pilot test of a video student score report for the CASP program. And what we did was we converted live CASP student test results into personalized videos. The videos are accessible with multiple devices, computers, tablets, handhelds. They included dynamic elements on the screen. They included animated graphics. They had a native speaking voiceover. And when I say dynamic elements on screen text, this included the child's name. It included their test results. It included the results of their school average, state average, district average for comparison. And it also included information on an area where their child could focus on. And so so one of the things too that we did with the videos is included school district specific information that included embedded links at the end of the chapters, so that the parent can go to something immediately locally to help their student with their education. And then similar to the electronic reports, the video analytics allowed us to also see who accessed them and how long they viewed the video. So we got a different sense of parent engagement. Now we did the pilot test for the 17-18 test results for CASP. We used the English Language Arts and Math. We were able to work with 3 really, really wonderful districts: Mount Diablo, Benicia, and Los Angeles Unified. Los Angeles, we didn't do all of Los Angeles, but we worked with 4 of their schools. And it was just a really, really nice pilot test in the sense of the parents were really engaged, the school district and school staff were really engaged and excited about the possibilities here. And they gave us a lot of really good feedback. In the end, in September 2018, we produced about 25,000 video student score reports and sent that out to the school districts, and they in turn delivered it, some through text messages, secure text messages for their parents, to their parents, some through their parent portals. And then others, and then there are other methods too that they use, but primarily through text messages or emails, and through their parent portals. And so we're getting a lot of good feedback on those videos. And so let me show you what the video looks like. And this is a sample video. The video, full-length video for a student is about 7 minutes and includes English Language Arts and Math. This one is a short version. It's about 4 minutes that shows you elements of it. We also did the pilot test in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Korean. So you'll get to see how that looks in this abbreviated sample.
Hello. Last spring, your child took the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. They took it along with about 3 million other 3rd through 8th and 11th graders across the state, and about 32,000 other students in Mount Diablo Valley Unified. Mount Diablo's vision is that all students graduate prepared for college, career, and civic responsibility. All students, including your child, Maria. CASP is like a check-in point for them, a chance to pause and see how they are progressing on their journey. CASP focuses on math and English language arts and literacy, which we call ELA. Let's think of this progress as like riding a bike up a hill. Let's imagine this is your student, Maria. First, they are riding up Math Hill. Their score places them on this part of the hill in 3rd grade. They are in the middle of the standard MET range. That means they are on track for their grade. Of course, they will be expected to learn more in 4th grade. So getting to the standard exceeded range will require more effort. It looks like they have a steep section in their way. That's an area where they are experiencing a challenge relative to the other areas. Their steep section is problem solving and modeling. That means that compared to the other areas in math, they should work on using problem solving skills. For example, using math to solve everyday problems that a 3rd grader might see. This is a great topic to ask their teacher about. Here's a sample problem solving and modeling question for their grade. If they can get past this steep section, they should see their score improve.
Para ellos, una es escuchar o comprender la información verbal. Definitivamente, esa es una buena área sobre la cual preguntar a su maestro. Las habilidades auditivas incluyen la capacidad de analizar la información verbal. Esta es una muestra de un problema para su grado. Al igual que en matemáticas, deberán aprender más el próximo año. Superar las pendientes escarpadas les ayudará a lograr un mayor progreso.
해당하는 부분은 읽기, 즉 글로 쓰여진 정보를 이해하는 것입니다. 그것은 선생님에게 물어볼 좋은 영역입니다. 읽기 실력에는 이야기의 핵심, 생각 또는 글의 의미를 이해하는 것이 포함됩니다. 다음은 해당 학년의 문제 샘플입니다. 수학의 경우처럼 내년에 더 많이 배워야 합니다. 이 가파른 부분을 넘어가면 더 많은 진척을 이룰 수 있습니다. 다음은 학생들의 ELA 점수를 주, 학군 및 학교의 평균 학생들과 비교한 자료입니다. 도움을
Links to resources that are specific to their challenges. With perseverance and support, and by investing time and effort in areas that challenge them, they can reach the top of the hill. That may mean college, or it may mean a meaningful career. That is a long way off, but with your support, it is already in sight.
This is where the links, the local links would go. So that's where we're headed with the reporting, and we're going to do another. Thank you. Another next phase of it for the California for CASP, where we'll take a look at different languages. In this case, Commissioner, you had asked about how the languages were chosen. In this case, and unlike the formatted reports where we kind of did what's the top 10, this one we might actually think about what are the languages that are most challenging written and are much richer verbally. So this is an opportunity for that. The other thing too that we're still working on this and trying to figure this out, but would it be the possibility of having a sign language version of this? So there are possibilities here with this. Now, for sure, one of the areas where video would be very helpful is with the LPAC, with the English language, which the non-English speaking parents. So one of the next big phases that we are going to do is make sure we have an LPAC version of the videos. And that's where we'll look at the different languages and look at what we need for the non-English speaking parents and what's best for them on this.
Fantastic.
And so that's all I have for this.
Sorry, we were a little bit out of time, but I thought you kind of asked some of your questions throughout. So unless if you have any remaining questions,
Yeah, really appreciate this information. So Stephen and then Barbara.
Well, this is just fantastic in the way that we're communicating with our parents. My question is, are we sending out to our school districts some kind of guide with all of the things that are available to them to share with their parents and what's going on, so that they can also help guide the communication of what all of this is for all of our parents? Is there some of that that's being done, kind of like a guide for the districts to know all of this?
Yes, well, we did work last year on a comprehensive communications plan. So every local educational agency has a point person who oversees each of these assessment programs, and the communication goes through them. They are each superintendent's designee to handle all the communications and coordination. So it is a coordinated effort to every LEA, and thank you for that comment.
And I'll add that we do have as part of this plan, is a communication toolkit for the school districts.
Great.
I've been around since the beginning. Was not one of the people who was going rah-rah at the beginning. And when I saw the little bicycle going up and that there was difficulties, I feel like over the last 6 or 7 years, we've had lots of bumps in the road and keep going. But I think that it isn't just a hill. You guys have actually in 6 years climbed a mountain. So thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you both for being here. Oh, Summer, of course.
I just want to always end with how much I appreciate being a part of this group, representing the commission in our monthly meetings. You should know we're meeting today, actually, in a webinar. But when I think back, I'm with Barbara, when I think back from where we've come, it's just shocking. And things don't often change this fast and this positively in education. And it's just so delightful to see where we are and to be a person that's involved in the conversations monthly and hear about the challenges that they continue to face and the successes that they are finding. It just really feels like being a part of a group just working on continuous improvement, and that's really lovely.
Thank you for adding that. And again, Summer, thank you for representing us in that group. Okay. Thank you so much for coming, and please let Dr. Center know that we missed her today. Yes, public comment. Matt? Great, welcome.
Thank you. I will try to remember Barbara's messages clear in my mind. And I just want to thank the Assessment Division. I think that was an excellent report, and I echo the Commissioner's statements about the great work. My only question to the Commission to consider is how will this potentially have the same access for our students who are taking the California Alternate Assessment? And is there a timeline and plan in place to do the same kind of outreach and communication to our families who are taking an alternate assessment? Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Matt, any other public comment? Great, okay. Well, commissioners? Not in right now. Sorry, moving on. We are moving on to item number 9, and I am looking forward to this item. This is an opportunity. Thank you, Christina, and the work of the Independent Living Centers. Did I say that right? CFILC. Thank you for that. Thank you, California Foundation for Independent Living Centers. Thank you, Christina, for the work that you and your staff are doing, and I'm excited to welcome Kevin Hansen and Ann Bui to the podium. Thank you for being here to tell us about California's Assistive Technology Act program and the lending libraries that you briefly shared at the last meeting. I'm excited to learn more.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. So my name is Ann, and this is Kevin.
Hello, good morning.
Welcome.
And so before we begin, we just want to give you, it's such a privilege to be here and for this opportunity to share with you. So I am the program director for the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers, known as CFILC. And co-presenting with me today is Kevin Hansen, and he is our device lending and demonstration manager, as well as a voice options program manager for the CFILC program.
Nice.
So before we dive into our presentation, I just want to give you a brief background of CFILC. Our organization is a membership advocacy that covers an array of people we serve at the Independent Living Center level throughout the state of California. Our mission at CFILC is to increase access and equal opportunity for people with disabilities by building the capacity of the independent living centers throughout the state. And currently, out of the 28 operating independent living centers throughout the state of California, we serve 22 of those 28 throughout the state of California. And to assist in focusing on each of the important areas of advocacy, we've created programs and coalitions to drive those needs. And part of that needs today is we're going to introduce you to ability tools and the partner programs within that throughout the state. That's right, I just got my notes here. Okay. So as you see, what we're passing around to you is just some brochures and some things that are tailored to are students and parents with IEP plans and how they can use ability tools and assistive technology from there. We also have an assistive technology device called the C-Pen that would welcome you to kind of use to kind of get a feel of what assistive technology is. And so we want to just play a quick icebreaker with you and saying what is AT? And we just want you to please raise your hand if you think this item is an AT or assistive technology device. So how many of you think that reading glasses are an assistive technology? Nice. How many of you believe that cup holders are an assistive technology device? Thank you. And how many of you believe that a straw is an assistive technology device? Nice. Remote controls? Yeah. Navigation systems. Navigation systems or GPS. Yes, definitely. A jar opener. And as simple as a paperclip. Yeah, so all those are actually assistive technology devices. And so as we know that the definition through the federal program that we serve for the ability tools is AT is any device, gadget, hardware, or software used by a person with a disability to do things for themselves that might otherwise be difficult or impossible to do because of their disability. Okay, so thank you for joining on us that. And as you can see, there's different types from low tech to mid-tech to high-tech. So low-tech as simple as an eraser or a paperclip. Mid-tech can be any from prescription reading glasses, magnifying glasses, rulers, anything that can support with any type of needs that you have. And high-tech as simple as your smartphone, laptops, Chromebooks, and even the new eyes, where actually it's similar to like Google Glass in the sense that it helps you navigate and help those with low vision and blindness to navigate the systems around them. So about ability tools itself is part of the California's Assistive Technology Act program. It provides a variety of services for Californians with disabilities from all ages and access to acquire assistive technology. We connect Californians with disabilities to assistive technology devices, tools, and services to make life easier. And here we have a little bit of background of the history, so I'm not going to go into too much details, but it's just to give you a background of when we started and how we expanded since the first establishment in 1998. Sorry.
Can I just pause for a minute? My fellow commissioners are having a lot of fun with the assistive technology that you've passed around the dais.
I'm sorry.
Could you just, it's okay, it's really great because these are the kinds of tools that we provide to you all, but could you talk a little briefly about what that is? Because some people didn't know what it was.
Yes. So this C-Pen is actually, the reason why we brought it is to help students with dyslexia or learning processing when it comes to reading. So there's two of them in front of you. The orange one is called the exam reader, which is supportive of the school system if they want to help with accommodations for exams. So that actually helps read, and it actually has a function that can read math problems too out there, so that way when they take the exam, they just scan over the exam documentation and it reads them, and you can have a headset in there that helps them listen and hear. So it kind of helps with the processing disorder and the dyslexia, so they can read the exam and be able to take the exam. Yeah.
Well, I just want to point out too, this tool, we had a couple of these tools in our classes, and we were using them for our newcomers. So for students who needed access very quickly. So our high school students coming to us as juniors or seniors and not speaking the language. I mean, it has such a greater range than just for students with disabilities or IEPs. And I think that when we think about assistive technology tools, we need to be thinking about it, really from the fringes in, and it's just, there's so many other uses for it for students, and it was an incredible tool for them, and just opened up the world and got them very quickly on track and was very helpful. So I really appreciate the technology.
Yes, and then the C-Pen, the white one, is actually for students. They actually have any processing disorder too. They actually can record either when they're scanning it, so they can read it back to them. They also have a function of putting music on there, so that if they get overstimulated with the environment or they get nervous or anxiety, that function actually helps them. That's why it has a headphone, so they can put on, save any music on there to help them calm down in preparation before like test anxiety, for example. So those are the difference between the white and the orange ones. The orange one doesn't have the function of putting in music and everything else too, but it's just for the school system to use as for the exams if they're prepping for that one. Yep.
How much do those items run? Can you get them on Amazon?
I believe it runs between $199 to $250, so it's very affordable in that sense. We have a few of them on our device lending libraries and demonstration centers, so Kevin will give you a preview on that. So, for example, if a student is debating if they want to use this as a tool for them for education, we can do a short-term loan for them to test out to see if it's a good fit prior to investing into the actual technology. So that's an option we have throughout our programs, and Kevin will dive in deeper how to do that when we get to later slides. Yep. So we're going to skip the background a little bit because we're trying to catch up on time, so we want to be mindful of all of the time here. So here are the examples of the services that we provide. So in California, we have 12 device lending and demonstration centers where you can see an example of these assistive technology devices that are available at the device lending and demonstration centers. So we call them DLDCs. And they're located throughout the state of California. We also have the AT Exchange and Marketplace. So things that are gently used or need to be exchanged, either let's say if a student grows out of a certain technology and they don't have any use for it and they have it at home, they can actually put it on the exchange and have it, purchase and change for another student to have, for example. We also offer information referral services, so any new technology that's out there or any other services, for example, the DAP program, which we'll go into a little bit deeper, is the digital access program, which is an information referral services. So let's say if a family needs access to the internet and need affordable internet, then that's part of our information referral hotline that we usually provide to families and students and people with disabilities that need services. We also have the Freedom Tech Financial Loan Program. So it's a low-cost, low-interest rate loan for up to $15,000. So let's say if a student or a family with disabilities that needs to acquire assistive technology that they don't have resources for example, a computer or Dragon Speak or any type of those that can get high range, they can also qualify for what's called Freedom Tech Financial Loan Program to support in purchasing the assistive technology at a low interest rate. And that's usually under the qualifying aspects of that. We also have the reuse programs in affiliation with organizational partners, which Kevin will dive into a little deeper for you when we get into that piece. Okay. So I'm going to pass along to Kevin to talk about the AT Exchange. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
My name's Kevin Hansen, and we have on our website, you go to abilitytools.org and you can find what we call the AT Exchange. It is our statewide AT hub where we can house it's a database where we show what devices we have available for consumers to borrow in the state. If you go to the website and you see something in San Diego, we're here in Northern California, San Diego will mail that device up to us in Northern California for a 30-day loan. Right now we have over 5,000 items on the exchange. And one of the best parts about it is when I go to an outreach event and I meet teachers, they tend to tell me that I didn't know about this program. And really a lot of problems that I think teachers have is finding the right piece of AT for their student. And a lot of times we have this equipment on our website. We can loan it to you free of charge for 30 days. And then you can test it out with the student. The teacher would be ultimately responsible, and then we have what they call a secondary loan paperwork where you can loan the device to take home with the child, and so they can test it out at home with the family as well. So the AT Exchange is a great place to go. Just kind of an idea of what we have. These are our different classifications that we have and breakdowns, over 590 vision items. The computers and related, almost 2,000 items there. And that includes iPads, Android tablets, laptops, MacBooks, programs, and applications. All of these tablets or computers, laptops, do come with pre-installed software on them. And a lot of times we can customize the specific software that you want to try out with the student on the device and make sure it's equipped and ready to go so that the student can get a running version, and then the school district doesn't need to worry about buying it or the application once it's there. They could just go ahead and run with it and go, and if it works, then you can write it into the IEP and you have hopefully a higher success rate. Because a lot of times when you buy a device, you can't return it, so it's quite helpful. I think this was yours. No. So with this, we offer in-person trainings and webinars on the Ability Tools website. Emily in our office handles those. If you'd like to be involved with those and know about our upcoming trainings, we can send you an email, and then you sign up and register for that training. And then it comes with the works and PowerPoint slides in advance. We can provide technical assistance through our 800 number here at our office, and we can refer you to someone at an independent living center in your area that knows a lot of AT resources, a lot of different resources beyond AT in their area. We have the Reuse Coalition where we are trying to enhance devices that have already had a life. So if I have a power wheelchair, I've outgrown it, it's time to remodel it, I can donate it to one of the reuse centers in the state. They refurbish it by putting maybe a new battery in it, some new pads, maybe a new seat in it, and then they give it to the consumer for no cost to little cost, depending on how much money they put into the event. Anybody that's interested in joining the California Assistive Technology Reuse Coalition is welcome to join and participate. We meet quarterly, and be happy to send you more information on that.
I just want to, this is Christine, I want to quickly add to that if you're interested in hosting us at your site or a location to do a training in person, we can also do that. It's kind of part of our charge. So while we are always looking for host sites that are accessible for folks to come to, we are more than happy to also come to different school sites or organizations as well. And all of the webinar trainings that are done are fully captioned and archived on the Ability Tools website, so you can take a look of what's already available.
Sorry, it was a little hiccup on the slide. That's why I threw Kevin off. So it was a switch on that part. So just to wrap up on the AT Exchange, teachers will need to create a user account, and that's where you see on the tip sheet there and how to create an AT Exchange account there to borrow items up to for 30 days. And usually required information are the name, school address, school phone number, and email address.
If you're out of distance away from the lending library, we will mail the device to you. We do ask that the school district pay for the return shipment of the device. So, and then in our slides we have the Digital Access Project. You can go to the website. If you dial the 800 number, we also have the voice options, which we're about to go into. The phone number there, if you notice the same phone number, option 4 will get you the Digital Access Project, and option 5 will give you the voice options program.
And just to give you a brief synopsis of what the Digital Access Project is, I'm sorry.
Before you go off of the project or the tool, I just want to say personally that this was new to me, the lending library and how this works, and it was so easy once we had schools reach out with specific questions. You guys were so accommodating. Kevin, thank you for the time that you spent talking with couple schools in particular, and just folks, if you have families that are in need and have not accessed it, it's very easy, and they make it very accommodating to get the supports that your kids need. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I just want to say that we really try hard to build partnerships with schools and school districts because we want to help everybody understand the services that we have and that are available. We really want to work with you and make things easier for everybody.
And we, children, students are an underserved population that we're working hard to do a better job of reaching out to. And that was a really good point, Gina. We're doing this for the Special Ed Commission, but we want you to know that these are devices and tools that can be used for people of any age. It doesn't matter. So just another quick example, say your mother or father has a stroke and needs a wheelchair on a temporary basis, or a ramp to get in and out of their house. Those are other types of devices that you might just need on a very limited basis for a temporary situation. So it is for people of all ages, not just students, but we're trying much harder this time around to reach the underserved populations. And that was one of the reasons why Heather and the former SELPA Association chair provided us with a letter of support for these efforts this year, because we do want to work more with schools.
Yes, Barbara.
So students that are over 22 and finished with the school district who are now starting to live on their own and are having trouble, this could be a way they could reach out to get help for themselves in their HUD-founded, their HUD-funded housing that they're having difficulty. Perfect. Thank you.
So everyone ready for a digital access project?
Yes, thank you.
So we call it SDAP. The Digital Access Project is a statewide program of CFIC. It assists low-income individuals in enrolling into affordable broadband service, provides digital literacy, referrals, and the opportunity to own new and refurbished equipment. Since 2015, the Digital Access Project has assisted over 3,000 low-income Californians in accessing online resources while working to close the digital divide. In 2017 statewide survey, 87% of California households were connected to the internet. However, only 75% of these households, that include people with disabilities, had internet service. Some of the companies that offer affordable plans for low-income communities include AT&T, Comcast, Frontier, and Spectrum. Affordable internet can range from $9.99, which is $9.99 a month, to about $20.99 a month. So here we can see that we aim to make sure that persons with disabilities, as well as families who are low income or in disadvantaged areas, could have access to internet to either apply for work or go to school and do homework. Because as you can see in the previous presentation, we know that a lot of families and students are struggling, especially with the homeless populations are increasingly coming up. And so we hear stories of parents and families going to the nearest Starbucks or McDonald's just to do their homework. So this is a great opportunity to partner and look at the Digital Access Project to close that digital divide. Just for example, Frontier, we have over 300 zip codes that they serve throughout the state of California. Of those zip codes, I believe about 6 of them are in the Sacramento area. 2 of them are also in the Elk Grove area. So we encourage either sending this out to your family resources, to your school districts, to your SELPAs, to really understand how important this particular service is for them. So sorry, I just went through the other slides too. But any questions on that piece?
Okay. Questions, commissioners, comments?
Yes.
Yes.
You were speaking about how to become a member.
The Reuse Coalition, is that what you're referring to?
I guess so. How can I become a member?
So we.
I think you're referring to, based on our conversation yesterday, sorry, Kevin, that you want to get Ability Tools information, right? What's available and what's being offered. And they're going to talk a little bit, I believe, about how you subscribe to the Ability Tools website to get our news. You're not specifically talking about reuse only.
Oh yeah, on page 5, the bottom slide. So free membership to anyone interested in learning more about AT.
Yes, so that's our listservs. And so if you look at the packet that we provide you, there's a list on there that says, what is AT? It's like where to find AT services. So on the back, there's actually information on the centers. And if you go to our website from there, abilitystools.org, there's a function that you can put in your email address, and then you'll get the listservs, meaning the newsletters and everything all about AT will be provided to you. Okay?
Were you saying what membership are you talking about?
The
So
Reuse
when he was referring to the Reuse Coalition, it's a coalition that is open to anybody who wishes to be a member. There's no fee attached to it, but if you would like to be a part of the group that meets on a regular basis over teleconference and webinar, you're welcome to do that, but it's specific to assistive technology reuse. That might sometimes include trainings, that might sometimes include presentations, how we can tie assistive technology activities into Earth Day, as an example. But if you want more than that in terms of everything that they're providing in the presentation, then you want to sign up on the Ability Tools website to receive the listserv and news alert informations on when's the next training, what's the subject matter of the training, what's the latest and greatest on assistive technology. We have contributors that we publish a blog about different assistive technology all the time from different users across the state. If you want all that broader stuff, then you really want to sign up on the Ability Tools website towards the middle of the homepage to subscribe to get all of that information.
Those, what Christina was just saying, those are also usually done during the business hours, and I'm sure most of you are working, so we do record them, we caption them, and then we post them on our website, and when that happens, we send out an announcement that it's ready for you to view at your pleasure at home, wherever you have time as well.
Great.
So I think I heard someone say that we're out of time, almost out of time. Is that correct?
You're good.
Okay.
Yep.
So the other program that we have is called Voice Options. Has anybody heard of it? You have? Great. All right, one person. We're not alone. Yay! Is it working? Which application did you touch chat? All right, our most popular. So Voice Options, it's connecting people in Californians with disabilities with iPads. And we started this in July of 2018, and this is the second pilot project that we've been authorized to do for the California Public Utilities Commission. Currently, we have 10 demonstration centers in the state, and they help facilitate using our program of iPads and applications, which I'll get into later. So our centers are divided up between independent living centers and assistive technology centers. Both are very aware of disabilities, culture, and how to assist and to help someone to be more independent. Because this is a new program and the applications were new, we contracted with a company called CTEC, or Communication Technology Education Center, to train our staff on how to use the speech applications and the accessibility functions of the iPad. Because it is a pilot, we have a third-party evaluator named West Ed, and they are attending our trainings, they're keeping track of demographics, logistics, things for us, and they're writing a report, and they report directly to our funder, which is the California Public Utilities Commission. If you go to voiceoptions.org, you can learn more about our centers and what we have available. For this pilot, part of the pilot, we have 400 iPads that we can give to consumers that have speech disabilities. Right now, we've distributed 160 iPads of the 240, and our contract ends June 30th. How does the program work? If somebody identifies as having a speech disability, this program's for you. And it really streamlines the process of going for an SGD project, part of the CPUC family, which could take anywhere from 6 months to a year and a half to get a device. Typically for us, our turnaround is anywhere from 3 weeks to 5 weeks to getting a device in someone's hands. So step one, you find a demonstration center, you make an appointment, and then you go to there and you receive a demonstration. If you're far away, you can set up a remote demonstration over Skype, any other thing like that, and we can work out options for you. So the demonstration consists of, all right, let me do this. So the 10 sites, we have them throughout the states. There's a list there for you. So the demonstration goes over the 5 speech applications, how to use them. We take into effect if the individual is reading or not reading. We look at that. We want the family members to be part of the presentation or the demonstration because they are going to be ultimately the one helping, you know, with the use of the device and the communication device. We want them to be literate in using the device. So when they come, the child or the individual with a speech disability will hold an iPad with the speech app. The parent or caregiver that's there will also have one as well, so they can learn together. And so that really helps solidify what we're teaching and learning in this experience. So these are the 5 apps that we offer. Touch Chat HD, Go Talk Now Plus, LAMP, Proloquo for Text, and Predictable. Now, Proloquo for Text and Predictable are more word-based programs. You have to be able to read and write to use those. Go Talk Now and LAMP are more picture-based. And then Touch Chat HD, with the word power that it has, can do both of those. Did you have a question? No. So once they receive the demonstration, they're able to borrow the iPad for 14 to 30 days to take it home, test it out, work between the 1, 2, or 3 apps that they like best. And at the end of the 14 to 30 days, they should have developed a strong taste for one of those applications. And then they can also at this time borrow different accessories that are available to them to make the iPad more accessible. Some of the options that we have is a OtterBox, chat wrap, speakers, keyboard, mount, different types of mounts, and my next slide has a couple pictures. The first up left picture is a picture of a floor mount where it stands straight on the floor with the picture or an iPad at the top. The one in the top middle has a chat wrap on it. On the back of that chat wrap are speakers that amplify the sound of the speaking program through Bluetooth. The one on the right is a lock line mount that has 2 clamps that attach to a chair or a table. And then we have 2 different other chair mounts. The one on the bottom left is a hover mount, has 2 poles to adjust and adapt to the positioning of the individual. And then we have the Readapt 3 tube mount, which has extra tubes, extra mounts, and will adapt to a chat wrap or an OtterBox, which is the other case that we offer. And then a picture of a keyboard that we offer. That is Bluetooth as well. So if anybody is interested in receiving a long-term loan, they can fill out an application. It's a 7-page application asking their name, address, what ethnicity they associate with, and then they can choose the application on it. The caveat to the program is our staff are not certified speech-language pathologists, doctors, and so they cannot sign off that the individual has a speech disability. It may be very apparent, may be very slight disability, but we require a doctor, as SLP, DOR counselor, or physician assistant to sign off on that. If they've received services from the California Public Utilities Commission before, I have access to a database where I can verify that they've been on that program, and then they do not need to get one of these signatures. So the process, the demonstration, which we talked about, the short-term loan, 14 to 30 days. The long-term loan is for the consumer to keep as long as they're using it for their speech disability. I guarantee you that I'm not going to go knock on your door and say, are you still using it a year down the road? No. So as long as it's needed, they can keep it. And if we do ask if they decide they don't like it, they don't want it back, to give it back to us. We had a couple consumers that received their iPad, and within a month they died, unfortunately, and the families were nice enough to give us the iPads back, and we were able to find a new home for them. This is kind of a decision-making how to go about for each step, which we kind of covered before. It's there for your records. And does anybody have any questions?
I'll just add quickly, thank you, Kevin, and you guys did a terrific job. I know it's a lot of information to take in all at once in a lot of different parts of the Ability Tools program. It's one of 6 statewide programs that our organization has. If you do have students, we have found through the West Ed research so far that by and large, the number of people that Voice Options specifically is serving is below the age of 26, right, Kevin?
62% of our clientele is 22 years and younger.
Definitely something to be said about that. And because our process is one of the fastest processes to getting a communication device, we see that that's why it's obviously been a very popular part of the program. And it is in phase 2. What I'll tell you is that I expect, based on the popularity of this, that the CPUC will report back to the legislature. That program was put in place as a pilot due to a bill passing through the legislature several years ago, and they are going to have to report back the research and data that was collected by West Ed to show why this program needs to potentially become permanent. So we hope that that does occur down the road. But like Kevin said, it is set to phase out at the end of June of this year, and we would love to help as many people as we can. Again, people of all ages, but I have said all along in looking at the research that there's clearly something to be said and advocacy to be done when the majority of the applicants going through that program are below the age of 22.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we need to go into the reasons why, because all of us on this dais likely know. But I think that it's a wonderful opportunity for you all to connect with, and it's so much more inclusive because we're talking about a device that also doesn't just have to be used at school or has any barriers like that.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I want to add to what Christina was saying, our Voice Options staff are open to working with the school districts and the schools. We want to work directly with the client ultimately, but if there's an appointment or a time to be scheduled for the demonstration, we'd be more than happy to work and maybe meet at the school or the school district offices, wherever we can have a place for all 3 parties to meet at and be part of it, and they can have input on what's being said. We're open to working with anybody and everybody pretty much, you know.
Nice, very nice.
Are you keeping any data on the school district's involvement and use? I'm just thinking that it would be very interesting for us to see that the access that our districts feel in a part of this and how much they're being involved in it would be some information that would be used to kind of support the necessary of having the program involved. So are you keeping track of any of that?
Not at this time because of it. It was designed to be more of a self-advocate situation. We're keeping track of the individual, that's the end user, the location they live in.
It wouldn't be hard to find out what school district they're in, though, bottom line. Absolutely.
No, it's just adding one more question to our forms. You know.
Are school districts reaching out to you in support of their students that are in their districts to have this?
Yes, I get a lot of calls from school districts, school personnel asking about the program, and I'm connecting them with the center that's closest to them, and they work out an arrangement where they can meet the needs of the student in those cases. Yes, absolutely. And I'd say, you know, I've probably received, 30 to 50 phone calls from schools in the state asking about it.
And we, Ann and Kevin did mention the CPUC a number of times, and I don't know that everyone here necessarily knows what other programs the CPUC offers to people with disabilities, so that might have been something that came into your mind when he said that. But maybe the commission in the future, if we do want to learn more about those programs, would invite the Disabled and Deaf Telecommunications Program of the CPUC to come and present, because this is just one piece of what they do. The CPUC has a variety of different deaf and disabled programs, and they're free programs, and many of us who have landlines, a portion of our bill goes to those programs that you probably don't realize is supporting people with disabilities and having large phones or large buttons or magnified volumes on phones. Those are all pieces of assistive technology that if you are registered with the Deaf and Disabled Telecommunications Program, you can get at no charge.
And that same bill that Christy was talking about works on your cell phone bill. Your cell phone bill that you pay, for every line you pay a fee, and that fee is paying for this program. So it's, there's, yeah. Bless you.
Bless you. All these great community-based programs that we need to let schools know about.
And it does bring up an interesting point, and we definitely have benefited from it in our family. And the idea of being able to try things out is also really important because it's really hard. A lot of things get purchased and then you're not sure if they're really going to work. Some of the positives in my own family are that through the work with CTEC, which partners with you all, they have a whole program where they can actually develop customized key guards and other things that fit with devices. So it really does help to customize for the individual student. For kids who need more, like for us, we needed little circles to be able to help be more specific in what is being selected. So that's been super helpful. But I think one thing to remember is that this does not usurp the responsibility of the IEP and of the district to provide assistive technology. I think what this points out is that it's a way to leverage and sort of braid resources in a way that's really person-centered. And the reason I say that is because a lot of times you have your school assistive technology and there's some hesitancy to have them go home because of things that happen to them. They're very expensive. And so sometimes students only have them at school. And so, you know, if that's your voice and you only have your voice 5 days a week, that's not really person-centered, and your voice is missing.
Well,
So
only for 6-7 hours a day.
that's right. That's exactly right. So you can imagine the disadvantage. And so one of the challenges has been that that like on the weekends or for caregivers who are not part of the school setting, how do you do that family wraparound and training? And for regional center clients, I know that's something that can be part of their IPP, their person-centered plan. But in general, it's something that I think, as you know, as a system, it's just like anything else. We have all these resources that if you figure out how they all work together, you're dialed in. But if you don't know they exist, then you're trying to do everything where this is a great partnership. So thank you so much for coming. You guys do incredible work.
With the dialed in part that you were just saying, that is so true. If you have a teacher that's really active with a speech communication device and helps develop pages and buttons to push, they're not at home. You can't get those home because they're locked at the school. So there are ways that we can help, where we can bridge the gap, where we can back up the files that they have at school through a Dropbox account, and then we can restore them at home, so then they stay equal and they stay up to date, and they're using one set of pages, which a lot of it's memory and, you know, muscle involvement in doing that. So thank you.
Thank you. And just to close out, thank you for allowing us to have this time to share with our programs. And if you want to stay connected with us, please, there at the end of the slide, you'll see that there's the AT blog that Christina had mentioned. We also are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and we also have a YouTube channel and Pinterest as well.
Oh, nice. Great. Well, thank you again for coming and for the work that you do.
Thank you. Please have a good day.
Okay, commissioners, let me take public comment. And we have one commenter so far. I'd like to welcome Kenya Martinez to the podium.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm nervous. This is my first time making a public comment here.
Oh, well, welcome.
So I'm just going to be brief. I represent the Gift Foundation, and we work here in Sacramento County specifically, Sac City Unified School District. So my question on this presentation that just happened, I am a parent of 2 students who receive assistive technology. I have 1 student who is visually impaired. I did not know about this program. So as a person with their feet close to the ground who meets with parents daily, most of my parents don't know about assistive technology. They're not being told by teachers or necessarily district representatives, not through any fault of their own, about these particular programs. So I would encourage the commissioners and everyone who's listening to me to put out some type of communication that goes specifically to parents with disabilities that assistive technology is available to them. Something that one of the commissioners brought up is that there's a component in for the deaf community, but as a parent of a student who is visually impaired, there is nothing for, as far as I know, for my son because of this low incidence community within the state. So I would like to just throw that out there as a policy to look at possibly. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Nice. Thank you so much.
And right as you're walking back there, to your right is Adrian from the California School for the Blind, and he probably does know the resources that you're talking about.
And you're welcome to talk to the presenters that just left. They can give you a lot of resources as well, Kenya. The last two presenters can tell you what services are offered.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nicely done. Okay, commissioners, we are coming up on item number 10. That is our State Special Ed Director's Report by our Director, Kristen Wright. Is now a good time?
Unless everyone needs a break and then we can go after, it's up to you guys. Is everybody good?
We're break right after you. Break, everyone good? Oh.
After this? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. I have a couple things to share with you today. We haven't met for a while, so many things have occurred, I'm sure for you as well. I just wanted to mention, because it's so relevant to this conversation around communication, to put another plug in for really thinking about communicative competence, and for our students who don't have a voice, that this assistive technology is highly critical, and a direct correlation, as you know, the communication correlation to behavior and to feeling successful and included in school. And I went on a school visit a few weeks ago to a school in LA that prides itself on their inclusive practices. And one of the things I noticed that I wanted to share with you was really interesting. And I feel like, I know a little bit about special ed and assistive technology. And when I come to somewhere and I see something new that's happening, I get really excited. And this particular thing was about assistive technology devices, and especially communication devices. And at this school, I saw a lot of devices. And so when I went into one of the classrooms, there were, I think, 2 or 3 kids who used devices, and then in a classroom of 20, middle school. And I asked the principal, why are there so many devices? And she said, well, the students without disabilities or don't need communication devices have devices, and the students with communication disabilities have 2 devices each. And I said, oh, well, so is one for like their education? She's like, no, they sometimes need another one for that. And I said, well, what's the other one for? And she said, anyone who communicates with them also uses a device. And she said, we do that for modeling purposes, and also because the person who's talking to them will understand the rate by which it takes to communicate using a device. And I was like, oh my gosh, why didn't I think of that? But I thought it was really interesting, and apparently there's some new research out on that around that modeling. And in our own community, there's a couple Fridays a month where many communication device users get together and have conversations and interact with each other with just their devices. And it's been a way that then you can see lots of other people using devices, because when you're part of a set of people who don't see yourselves, we don't see a lot of people using communication devices, it's nice to be able to see that and see that that's a mode of communication that's part of the world. So anyway, I just thought I would share that. Isn't that interesting, Christina? Yes. And I also wanted to, the last time we met, I don't believe we had a new superintendent yet. So I have a new boss, and our state has a new wonderful superintendent, Tony Thurmond, who has hit the ground running. and sends his regards to you all and hopes to be at the next meeting. And so he is in the throes of getting situated and learning his new job and hiring a team. And you've probably seen some press releases about that. He hired Lupita Cortez Alcala, who was here at the department before. She's quite experienced and knowledgeable. She's been at the Student Aid Commission for the last 4 years running that. So she's back. We're all very excited that she's back as chief deputy. And he wanted me to let you know that he has set up a number of, or is setting up a number of transition team committees. And one of those is around improving special education, amongst many. And so Matt will send out to you today the email that lists those committees and that has an email for you to respond to should you want to sit on any of those committees. And what I would recommend is that if there's committees that are not special ed, that you also think about sitting on those, because we want to have a voice in all the committees. So I strongly encourage all of you to throw your name in, and then those will be developed over the next month or so. Okay, I think the due date on that is March 1st. Carla mentioned yesterday from CCEE, the California Collaborative, that we've been working together on the RFA, the request that went out around SELPA leads, and I know she talked about them yesterday. We have content leads for the state as well as systems improvement leads. And one of the content leads is around assistive technology. And so it's out of Placer County with Jill King, who's fairly known around assistive technology and augmentative communication. And their focus is universal design for learning with assistive technology and augmentative communication. So we'll have more resources and information developed in the state around that over the next couple of years. It was a privilege to attend CARS Plus a few weeks ago, where I had a session on a chat with the director, and I thought I went into the wrong room because it looked like a large meeting, but it was 200 teachers who wanted to have a chat, and it was great. And they were honest and passionate, and gave me and the department a lot of feedback on what they're experiencing and how the initiatives and things that are happening here at the state are translating to them. And we've heard from our partners at CTA and at CARS Plus the challenges that special ed teachers are facing around caseloads and paperwork and trying to be everything to everyone. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I appreciated their honesty and ideas about what we can do to help improve teachers and hopefully help keep teachers in the field, as well as encourage new teachers to come in the field, because we really need more special ed teachers, as you know. I also had a chance to visit a transition program in Lodi called Lodi Connections, and we talked about how even for assistive technology, or for anything, that being able to braid the different programming and funding in a way that that is seamless for the user, and that the back end is us trying to figure out how it all fits together. But when you walk in the front door, it's one clean, we're here for you, and that we make it really open for families, parents and families. And in this particular program run by Liz Astro, which was quite remarkable, they've really figured out what are all the things that are barriers to students getting that diploma, and they've really tried to mitigate them, and that goes all the way down to clothing and food and housing, like every possible thing that might come up. Yeah, so kudos to them. I also had the chance to visit the California School for the Deaf in Fremont a few weeks ago, and really got a sense of what that school is, all the great things they're doing there, and the challenges that they face. In the disability community, it's very broad. There's all kinds of different needs and disabilities, and so it was really, they were very open and gave us a lot of great feedback on what they need to be supported. And Carla Estrada and I had a chance also to keynote the captain and and Captain is the Autism Network. They were also awarded with Marin County to be a SELPA lead. So they'll be scaling up around sharing and scaling up evidence-based practices for students with autism and other developmental disabilities across the state. So that's exciting. I had the opportunity, you met Sydney yesterday, the superintendent's foster youth liaison that he asked to come speak with us at the commission. And so I had a chance to sit on a panel with her and the superintendent in Alameda County, who's trying to also figure out how to really serve the needs of around behavioral health and serve as a model in the state on how you really bring all the players and funding together to sort of circle the whole child. They're doing some great work there. I don't know that we've talked since we had the Bridges to the Future conference. It was an incredible transition conference with multiple agencies. We have a strong partnership with the Department of Rehab and the Department of Developmental Services and Employment Development, who were all there in solidarity around making sure that our individuals with disabilities have jobs. I was really struck by the large corporations that have massive inclusion and diversity initiatives. And it made me think about some things Christina said yesterday about the equity conversation and diversity conversation, and that we really need some strong voices around disability being included in those conversations. A lot of times it's not included in those conversations. So I think it's up to all of us to continue to say, we're talking about equity and diversity, we're really including all, challenged groups, student groups or subgroups. We also attended, we have to get our own technical assistance as a state. And so we travel around and receive technical assistance. They like to have them in different states far away, like Minnesota and other places. The benefit to that is that you get to hear what other states are doing. And sometimes we feel really isolated in California, but then you realize that every single state is going through the same things that you're going through. So we are definitely not alone. And we were able to provide some good feedback to our federal liaisons and to our Assistant Secretary, Johnny Collette, about the IDEA and the challenges that states are running into. Let's see. As many of you may know, there was a bill last year around restraint and seclusion. AB 2657 was signed by the governor last summer, and it went into effect January 1st. And so what that did was a couple things. It put new requirements around how to use restraint, but it also put requirements on the state and the districts in collecting information about restraints. So over the next few weeks, we'll be working with stakeholders to determine how and what data we're collecting so that we can get a better sense as a state and that we can help do more proactive monitoring around restraint and seclusion. We're also working in our non-public schools and agencies unit to clarify and to streamline our monitoring activities. We have a lot of non-public schools and agencies that we're required to monitor by law. And so we're trying to figure out how to do that in the most efficient way, where we make sure that we currently certify, which is a specific statutory process where I think, sometimes people think that certification means that that we sort of take responsibility for those being our schools. The reality is those are private schools that we certify, and our locus of control is suspending, revoking, or approving certification for them to use IDEA funds in order for students to attend there. So basically, the non-public schools are subcontractors. They're on master contracts with districts and SELPAs to be able to serve part of the continuum. So CDE's role with them is we monitor them, we set criteria for them. We don't set it, it's set according to state statute, like you need to have certified teachers, you need to make sure, so we make sure that all those things occur. And then if, when we go out, we monitor for them. And then if we hear that something's going on, we go out and we investigate and that sort of thing. So our world is certification, and that's true of non-public agencies as well. In terms of our overall statewide monitoring, we monitor all the districts and charter schools in the state under the IDEA, so anyone who accepts any of our federal funds is under those provisions. And so it's our primary responsibility in the state to monitor LEAs, local educational agencies, for their students with disabilities. We had, thanks to you for approving at your last meeting, our state performance plan annual performance review report, and we sent that along to the state board, who also approved it. You'll hear from Stacy in a few minutes about our state systemic improvement plan. That needs to be approved by you, if you so choose to approve it, and send it on to the state board for their next meeting to approve. And we are continuing to try to align all of our monitoring activities. A lot of you hear about PIR. It's a big term right now, performance indicator review. Those are our federal indicators that we monitor for. And we're really trying to make sure that those federal indicators are aligned to our dashboard and to the other activities that are happening in the state, so that we're not creating two worlds. That has been challenging, but we appreciate the partnership of SELPA and our LEAs and all of our other stakeholders who've tried to help us walk through that process. My staff in the division's been working really hard to try to be really customer focused, to make sure that we're not having people do so many extra things, but the things that they're doing make sense in the larger picture for the districts and charters. And other than that, it's great to see you all, and thanks. That's my report.
Wow. First, let me start by saying thank you for the work, for your leadership, and to your staff for their expertise. Let me open it up first to any questions or comments commissioners might have for our director. Yes, Christina.
Kristen, I just want to say thank you for bringing up the seclusions and restraint bill that is being implemented. And I know it's a really sensitive subject, especially in this environment, but the fact that we lost a student, Max Benson, because of restraints and seclusion recently is really important, and the reason why we need to change the way we work with students with disabilities, all disabilities. So just want to thank you for bringing that up for him. And Yo Disabled and Proud is certainly working on it and doing some community organizing from a youth and student perspective on why it's not okay.
Yes, Kimberly.
I wanted to echo Christina's voice in that as well. And I also just wanted to thank the presenters today in looking at all of the access tools, because through the work that I'm really blessed to be doing now, which is visiting a lot of different districts across the state, I continue to be reminded that design does not drive access, that access drives design, which drives better access. And I think we lose sight of that sometimes and wait for the design to give way to access, when really the more access that our students have to all environments is really driving better design, which I think is driving better access not only for them but for all of our students. So it's been an eye-opening couple of weeks, and I appreciate the thoughts, and I really appreciated the presentations today. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Kimberly. Other comments, questions? Let me just point out, Director Wright, the outreach, or the method that your staff have taken to gain information and be listeners, while they have an incredible amount of expertise, I have noticed directly their role out in the field of meeting and talking with different stakeholders on a number of issues, whether it's data collection, whether it is the non-public school issue or the restraint and seclusion issue. You are making sure that you and your staff are present and listening and open and engaging with the field. And when I represented the commission recently at the board meeting and spoke in support of the state performance plan, I was struck by the incredible amount of alignment and praise and just acknowledgement of the work of the department, making sure that every single voice, every single student is represented. So thank you for that. The alignment that we are seeing, and some of you have noted throughout the various presentations we've had over the last couple of days, that alignment between our state, our LEA, our student, our classroom, our student supports does not come easily, and it's not accidental. That is very intentional, and the leadership that you're offering between you and your department, and now our state superintendent, who also has had a very strong voice in that alignment. I just want to say thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right, commissioners, we are at break time. We are past break time. We missed our break. I'm sorry. All right, we are going to take, actually, we're right on time, right? So we are going to take a break from 11:15 to 11:30, and then we will meet back here to hear about our state systemic improvement plan update. So I will see you in 15 minutes. Welcome back, commissioners. Thank you again for your engagement. We are moving on now. So let me just comment on item number 11. Dr. Sandoval unfortunately was not able to join us at this meeting, so we do not have an update for you today from Dr. Sandoval, and we are eager to be we've been engaged with Dr. Pan's office, really appreciative of the work and the engagement from his staff, and then we'll be filling Superintendent Thurman's role, but we do not have an assembly liaison yet for this meeting and hope to have that in place by the April meeting. So we're going to go ahead and move on then to item number 12, our California State Systemic Improvement Plan. So thank you, Stacy Wadeen, for coming down and presenting. Welcome.
Of course. Is this thing on? Is it on? Okay, got to really get up close. I'm not used to being up here. So good morning, commissioners. Happy to be with you as always. My name is Stacy Wadeen. I'm a consultant in the director's office in the special education division. So I have the privilege of working with Kristen every day. So I am here today to walk you through our state systemic improvement plan, phase 3, year 3 progress report. And what we're hoping is that you, the commission will recommend that this go forward to the board for approval in March. So let's start out with what is the State Systemic Improvement Plan. So it occurred to us that some of you might be new or some people in the room might not have the history and the context. So what is it? What are we talking about? The State Systemic Improvement Plan is a requirement under the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. I'm looking at Barbara. I'm going to really try hard not to use acronyms. It's very difficult. You're welcome. So it is a requirement. It serves as indicator 17 in our state performance plan annual performance report. So Shiloh was here, I think, back in October presenting our state performance plan annual performance report to you all. That covered indicators 1 through 16. Our state systemic improvement plan serves as indicator 17, and it's a little different. It's treated a little differently because of its nature. So it's a multi-year comprehensive plan that California puts forth to the Office of Special Education Programs, basically saying, here's how we intend to improve performance outcomes for our students with disabilities in the state. So the State Systemic Improvement Plan was rolled out in phases. It started in 2013 with phase 1, and that was the analysis phase. And that's when California, we had to take a step back and say, well, how are we going to do this? What should our plan be? And if you think back to 2013, what was happening at that time? Local control funding formula, all the relevant statute, the requirement for local control accountability plans, that was all happening. And so when we were developing the State Systemic Improvement Plan, we didn't want to do something separate and different for our students with disabilities. We wanted to kind of hop on that train and really be part of all of the things that would be driving the accountability conversations in the state. So phase 2 was immediately thereafter. That was sort of us laying out the details of how we intend to do what we want to do. And then phase 3 is implementation and evaluation of the plan. So what phase are we in now? We're in phase 3. So this report covers year 3 of 4. So phase 3 spans 4 years. The whole SIP cycle goes from fiscal year 13-14 through 18-19. So after this report, we're going to have one more year under this SIP cycle, and then I don't know. I don't have the answers for what happens after that. I think we might have an opportunity to do a new plan. I don't know. We'll see. So this is just a snapshot. I'm hoping that you all had a chance to kind of read through the document. This is how the report is organized. It's organized based on an organizational outline that was given to us by the Office of Special Education Programs. So we're really trying to meet all of their requirements and follow their guidelines. And I'm going to walk through each of those sections individually in this very brief presentation, hopefully. So before I start, the California's State Systemic Improvement Plan Theory of Action. So many of you might remember back in 2013, we had to come up with a theory of action. So what is our belief structure? What's going to drive what we're doing under the State Systemic Improvement Plan? So if you remember, our theory of action is pretty complex. It has a lot of words, a lot of bubbles, a lot of arrows. If you remember that big graphic. So I tried to reduce it down to a sentence. So if you could reduce it down to a sentence, it might read like this. So our theory of action: if accountability efforts and resources are aligned to ensure that evidence-based improvement strategies are included in comprehensive improvement plans to meaningfully address students with disabilities along with their peers, then students with disabilities performance outcomes will improve. Nice. And remember, at the time, right?
Very nice.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It was really hard. So again, at the time, LCFF was happening, and local control funding formula and the local control accountability plans were happening. So that's what really made us think about, our theory of action and what's going to drive this work. So highlights from this year and our progress in implementing the State Systemic Improvement Plan. The passage of Assembly Bill 1808, that was the Education Trailer Bill, did a lot of great things, one of which added language to the Education Code requiring local educational agencies to consult with their special education local plan area administrators regarding actions that they were going to include in their local control accountability plans to improve performance of students with disabilities in their districts. So that was really a win for us, because it really, when we first developed the State Systemic Improvement Plan, that was sort of what we conceptualized. We wanted there to be a clear connection between efforts to improve performance of students with disabilities and the LCAP. And so here it is in law now, this connection. AB 1808 also established the SELPA system improvement leads and the SELPA content leads as part of the statewide system of support. So again, that's just a very clear integration of intentionally including the expertise necessary in the statewide system of support to support LEAs in serving their students with disabilities. It also established the School Climate Lead Agency, which will expand the multi-tiered system of support framework statewide and develop evidence-based tools for LEAs and educators. So all of these are accomplishments in our mind in the last year. So the next section of the report, in last year's report to the Office of Special Education Programs, we laid out some objectives, some action items that we intended to complete over the last year. Happy to say that we made progress on all of those. So this is just updating them on those objectives. So in the past year, the Special Education Division, we aligned our calculation methodologies for our monitoring selection process with the calculation methodologies used for the California School Dashboard. So I asked Shiloh to be here with me today, and she was unable to. So I'm going to try to explain this, but please don't ask me any questions. So we aligned our calculation methodologies for these following things in italics: graduation rate, performance on statewide assessments, suspension and expulsion rates. So when we calculate graduation rate under the State Performance Plan Annual Performance Report, we calculate graduation rate based on parameters set by the Office of Special Education Programs, and we use lag year data for that purpose. Whereas the California School Dashboard uses more recent data. So what we didn't want to happen was that over here, when we're selecting LEAs for monitoring under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act for our activities in the Special Education Division, we didn't want that to be different on the same measure for LEAs being identified for differentiated assistance under the dashboard. So we have graduation rate over here, graduation rate over here. We didn't want that to be different. And so we align the calculation. So basically now for our purposes, for selecting LEAs for our monitoring activities under the IDEA, we're using the same calculations for these measures as are used for the dashboard. We also aligned our performance monitoring calendar with the release of the dashboard data. And so the purpose of that was so that LEAs could easily see why they were selected. So it all came out at the same time. You're selected for these activities, and here's why. Here's the data behind that. so that it's easier for them to understand. The timing was a little bit off prior to this last year. Shiloh and her staff did a lot of great work in the past year conducting data training workshops up and down the state. And so what that looked like was they brought together some teams from the LEA, administrators, educators from general education, special education, and really helped them drill down into the data and understand the data. So that was very well received. We also, the special education division, some of our staff held a series of meetings in the last year with our contract providers of technical assistance. So in the special education division, we hold some contracts for technical assistance being provided to LEAs. And so what we wanted to do was bring all of our contractors together to make sure that we were all on the same page, we knew what resources existed, and that there was a clear connection in those contracts to the LCFF priorities and also the statewide system of support, so that everybody understands their role in supporting LEAs, local educational agencies. We've also continued our partnership with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. So you guys heard from Carla yesterday. So under her leadership and Kristen's leadership, they've really pulled together the Special Education Collective and continued that work. And the collective is filled with great stakeholders, thought partners, influencers to assess the needs of the LEAs up and down the state that are identified for differentiated assistance. So we continue to work with CCEE in that regard. And then we have several staff in the special education division that are sitting on internal and external work groups, interagency work groups, just to make sure that the conversations that are necessary for this alignment that we hope to happen and that is happening continues. Data on implementation and outcomes. So we're required in the report to sort of do sort of a formal evaluation of our progress in implementing the state systemic improvement plan. This is just a snapshot of the 4 questions that we used. So we took a qualitative approach to analysis, and these are the same questions we used in last year's report. We tried to do that for consistency's sake. And the answers to these 4 questions are based on the information that I've already given you. It's based on our progress, all the great things that we've done. Something different that we did in this year's report to the Office of Special Education Programs, so the Office of Special Education Programs, they struggle sometimes with, our state systemic improvement plan is so broad in nature. It's comprehensive, it's predicated on systemic change. And so it's hard to quantify. It's hard to say that because we're doing all of these great things up here, Johnny is benefiting in this way. Really hard to make that connection, and they want to see that connection. So what we tried to do in this year's report was we highlighted a couple of projects, statewide projects, the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project and the California Scale Up Multi-Tiered System of Support Statewide Initiative, the SUMS initiative. And I know it's hard. You guys heard from Christine Olmsted yesterday. So the intent of that, the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project has some least restrictive environment outcome data for the school districts that they work with. And so we tried to show that, these are 2 projects that are part of the statewide system of support that we are intentionally building to help support LEAs in serving their students with disabilities. And here's the impact that these projects are having as part of the statewide system of support. So here's that piece. There's a section on data quality issues. Office of Special Education Programs basically wants us to talk through any data issues that came up in evaluating the SIP. So our challenges remain the same as they have in years prior, which is we've changed this SIP necessarily over the years since 2013 to conform with what else was happening in the state at the time. And then again, quantifying systemic approach to change is really quite difficult. Efforts to ensure data quality, this is going to be really tough, this acronym game. Okay, so we wanted to give the Office of Special Education Programs a heads up that we are embarking on the integration of the California Special Education Management Information System, CASEMIS, into the California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System, CalPADS. So that will be happening in the next year, and we anticipate that will continue to further our focus on data quality in the state. So this summarizes our state-identified measurable result for the last year. So when we first developed the State Systemic Improvement Plan, we had to choose a state-identified measurable result that was really to serve as sort of a gauge of how we're doing. So our state identified measurable result in this state is the performance of all students with disabilities that participated in the CASP in English, language arts, and math. And so this is the results for the past year. These are the results from the past year. In some places we did not meet our targets, and in some places there was slippage. And so obviously we have a lot of work to do in this area. There's no denying that. But with that, we are sort of in the early building stages of the statewide system of support and the building the technical assistance support system for LEAs. And so we do anticipate that as that sort of comes to fruition, that we will see these numbers impacted positively in future years. So the final piece of the report talks about our plans for next year. So next year, as I mentioned before, is the last year in this SIP cycle. So we don't anticipate making any sort of major changes. We're going to continue down this road and continue to do some good work. So we will further refine the role of the SELPA leads within the statewide system of support. We'll continue to build on our partnership with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence to support local educational agencies and services to students with disabilities. We'll continue to work to ensure that our contractors, meaning Special Education Division, contract providers of technical assistance, are aligned with the statewide system of support. We will continue to refine and align our monitoring processes. So we're always looking for opportunities to make sure that, again, we in the Special Education Division aren't doing something different under the auspices of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, different and separate than what's happening in the larger accountability system. We will launch the integration of Case Mista CalPads and provide more data trainings as appropriate. And we'll continue to have our staff, Special Education Division staff, engage in collaborative initiatives, work groups, interdepartmental, external, to again make sure that these conversations keep happening, that special education has representation at the table when all of these important policy decisions are being made. And so that is about it. And I do have to say, a lot of this is information I think that you guys have already received. It shouldn't be anything new, which I think is a reflection of progress under the State Systemic Improvement Plan. We never wanted this to be something separate and different for our students with disabilities. So it's kind of nice to see that it's all come together in the way that it has. So yeah, any questions, comments?
Stacey, thank you for making this what historically has felt like unattainable or information that was hard to connect to the day-to-day conversations and the day-to-day work. Thank you for making it very tangible for us. So like you said, it does not feel like a lot of new information. And that is, again, another testament to just the alignment that's been happening. Commissioners, questions, comments? Yes, Barbara, please.
I'm sorry. I found it interesting in many of the presentations we've had this week that English language arts, ELA area, we're really pretty close to being on target, that it's math we're having so much trouble with. I mean, in everybody who made presentations yesterday, and that our differences in math here. And so I'm not asking you, but just saying overall, I wonder why this is. I mean, I don't know if it's because, I mean, you would think that with numbers, that's pretty concrete, but maybe it's with reading problems so that it's the word problems that's catching. I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up now, not that it's your problem, Stacey, but it was pretty obvious that we were almost on target in ELA all the way down. So I just wanted to bring that up. I'm sorry, but it was so many presentations that had the same information.
A good point, Barbara. Thank you for that. Other commissioners, questions, comments? Yes, Mike.
So I don't know if you mentioned this, but are all like the tests that you like, all the English, reading, math, is it all one test like this, or is it like modified in some way?
I think it's similar to the answer that Ventura County gave yesterday. So it is the same test. It's all students with disabilities who took the CASP. So basically the Smarter Balance test in English, language arts, and math. But it is a computer adaptive test. So as you take it, it does sort of go here if you got the answer correct, or go here if you didn't get it correct. So, but it is essentially the same test.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that, Mike. Great question. Yeah, Summer. It's okay. No other questions? No? Okay.
I just think it's important that we support your work, and I'd like to make a motion to pass this through our commission, approve it, so that you can send it to the State Board of Education.
I second.
So, this has always been an area of growth for me, but let me take public comment on the item first. Matt, do we have any public comment on the? No. Okay, and then public comment on the motion. And Summer, if you would not mind stating the motion one more time.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the California State Systemic Improvement Plan. I think that's all we need.
Yes, and I recommend that we go.
And recommend to go to the State Board of Education.
Fantastic. You did good. You did good. Okay, so all in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Raise your hand. Any abstentions? Raise your hand. Okay.
And for Lester, can we say that it can be marked unanimously?
Well, sometimes it just sort of.
Yes, so that motion passes unanimously. Thank you for that, Barbara. And thank you, Stacy, for coming. Thank you. You did a great job. And commissioners, I think we are ready to move on to item number 13. So as a reminder, this is our opportunity to hear from the field on specific issues. And we do send questions out to the field. They are not sent, prioritized in any way. Those stakeholders that are engaged with the commission regularly get them, but the questions are available, and we encourage all folks from the public to come and speak. You do not need to, you do need to fill out a comment card, right, Matt? You do not? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just to help us with our order, if you have not filled out a comment card, we encourage you to do that. And the question that we sent out to the field was in item number 13, we are now roughly halfway through the school year, and the commission would like to know what you and your organization specifically are hearing in the field around the education of students with disabilities. So what are those areas that are challenges, barriers that the commission needs to know about, so we make sure we have it on our radar and can prioritize in our work if needed. So, Matt.
First up, we have Ann Bessie from Special Education Administrators of County Offices.
Fantastic. Welcome. Now, while Ann's making her way to the podium, just a reminder, we do not have a time limit in the same way that we do for general public comment. And commissioners, while we do want to be mindful of the time we've allotted for this, we can engage. We're not prohibited from engaging. So if you have a clarifying question, you can pose that to the person at the podium.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us here today. So representing my fellow county office administrators for special education, I sent out the question and got a little bit of feedback. And really the main thing that seems to be out there in the conversations is revolving around differentiated assistance. Both how are we as districts supporting, how are we as county office supporting our local districts, as well as how are we dealing with being in differentiated assistance as a county run programs. So it's kind of been back and forth because some of us are the ones providing the support, and at the same time we've been identified as requiring some of that support along the way. And the two main things that stick out to us is the concept of chronic absenteeism and then the graduation rate. And yesterday we had a great conversation on the chronic absenteeism and that piece. So many of us are using that form that was discussed yesterday. And again, just the concept of difference between children who are chronically absent and children who are medically fragile. and the differences that fall into that. And the use of that form is related to the SARB process rather than as a relation of excusal for being chronically absent. The other concerns that are coming up strongly are what's going on with the teacher shortage and credentialing programs and where we're at with all of that. But it's not just teachers, it's also service providers throughout the state. We seem to continue to lag behind on that. And then some positives that we're all really excited about is the proposed budgets and some of the proposed bills that we're seeing and the legislators are putting out for some of the early childhood pieces, and that's really, really exciting. Some of the grants that are coming forward on the inclusion for the preschool programs and some of the legislation that we're hoping will move through, and we'll be watching closely as it moves forward. And then the other thing that we're really looking at closely is the alternative to the LPAC for our students with more significant disabilities and how that's impacted, because we have students who aren't able to take that assessment measure as it is right now. So just working through that whole alternative system for our students with very significant communication needs and what that looks like. We know that our students are making progress in the English language just because of the way they respond in the educational classroom settings, but that doesn't always show itself on a measured test for them. So those are some of the things that are happening for our county office administrators, and just want to again let you all know that we appreciate all of you so much and the opportunity to be here and just be a voice out there for you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Anne. Thank you for being here and bringing that, that feedback.
Next up, Sibin Corsel, Warmline Family Resource Center.
Those of you who know me know that I make notes and then neglect to read them. So I'm going to do that today. So Warmline is a parent training and information center. I know, Mike, you're new, so it's background for you. We're federally funded through the U.S. Department of Education to support families of children birth to 26 years of age. Every state has at least one parent training and information center, PTI. California has 7. Alaska only has 1. Go figure. There's nobody lives there. And so at Warmline, we provide this service for parents of children from Tuolumne County up to the Oregon border. So I wanted to start by also thanking you all for all the hard work you do, both professionally and through the commission. I can't imagine the amount of hours that you put in. I think that the answer to the question about what challenges are we continuing to face, and I think the overarching answer is parents don't understand that they have a legal right to be participating, to meaningfully participate in the IEP process. And that's really the overarching goal that we have, is to teach them that and teach them how to participate collaboratively. The great news is, in our 26 counties, Warmline served glasses, trained both in person and virtually 524 parents in English and Spanish in the previous federal fiscal year. And we provided individual assistance in English and Spanish to 926 families, which is enormous, and I had to double check that math several times. But the bottom line is that we still have so far to go with those 26 counties, families. The outreach is an ongoing challenge to let parents know that we're here, that they can contact us, that even though we don't live in their city or their county, that we can assist them with their challenges around special education. So great news and news that we also need all of us to do more work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sid.
Next up, Nika Cox, President, Cars Plus.
Hello, Commissioners, and thank you for having us here today to be able to speak. I managed to come down with some sort of verge of laryngitis, kind of, so.
Oh, no.
My husband said it sounds a little bit sexy. I don't know. I think he likes it because it means I can't talk as much. CARS just completed its 38th annual special ed convention for the state of California, and our theme was total access. So with that in mind, we went out and we asked people, what does that mean to you? And then I became an internet troll during the summer and started seeking all different types of organizations that would be involved with special ed or assistive technology or anything that would help. And I was able to convince Franklin Covey organization to come and do a presentation for free, because I found that their skill set really aligned with teachers trying to battle the IEP manipulation of all the people that are involved and being able to, they really are project managers. And so, I brought them. I got an Apple executive from the education department to come and be a keynote speaker. And then, I shouldn't say I did, we did. And then he gave sessions and he told everybody about all of the free applications that are available through Apple. And then I had discovered an organization that I was just over the moon about, and that was YO, Disabled and Proud. And I didn't realize all the time I've been going here, you're associated with that. So I'm driving up here for a board meeting, and I realized that their office here isn't that far away, and it's like 10 minutes to 5. And I begged my husband, please, I've been trying to call them. And it happened to be right when they were moving, so their phone lines weren't working. So I walked in with my phone and said, this is the voice message I have. I can't hear it clearly, but the name seems to be a Ray something or other. And they helped me. I connected with Raylene and Vanessa. They came and they spoke. And I mean, everybody was just amazed at all of the services that organization has for parents, for teachers, for students. We got representatives from parent associations and advocates so they could find out how to be part of teams. So it was a huge variety of people, and I could not believe how many of them didn't even know about Donors Choose as a way of funding their programs and such. And it's really a shame with today's technology and social media that we can't get the stuff out there more. So my goal as president was to connect us more in partnerships with other organizations. And I think I told you before about us partnering with an authoring tool. And then there's a couple other industries that have reached out to us and want to help. They said they will give to special ed, but they won't give to anybody else. And I went, yes, okay. So with that said, Voices in the Field, it gave me an opportunity, besides asking them and hearing the same thing, we don't have enough time, the interpretation of law, the number of our caseloads, et cetera, et cetera. One resounding thing, and it was brought up today by a parent who spoke about assistive technology, is those things are out there, and number one, we're not necessarily all aware of it. Not only are parents not aware of it, but teachers are not aware of it. I mean, I had 300 teachers sitting out there who at Apple were going, what? That's free, and Apple will come give this present and teach you? But here's the key thing that everybody had a comment about. There isn't enough professional development to teach the teacher how to appropriately use the assistive technology. Whether it's the Chromebook for them doing their ELA work, or it's the voice communication thing. They know you turn it on, you press this button, you do this, but what happens when the kid has pressed too many buttons and you got to figure out how to get them back to where they belong? And so there was the frustration. So our recommendations with CARS is we need to develop more professional development and have some sort of continuity across the state of California. Not only just for special ed teachers, but we really need to focus on our general ed teachers. I know that we're focusing on university newbies, but you've got people like me who I've already completed my 27 years in the classroom that were in the same classroom for 15, not me, but a general ed teacher, teaching the same subject for 15 years. And when you ask about the math problem, part of it's because they haven't been taught any new methods of approaching math. And so we need to have this across the entire board of educators. And the thing is, your resources, you don't necessarily have to pay for it. They're out there. They're in districts, they're in classrooms, they're in organizations. And so CARS really wants to help build this unity if we can do anything, because knowledge is power and unity is strength. So thank you for giving us this opportunity. And I hope that I can see some of you in Southern California on February 21st and 22nd, 2020 at Hotel Irvine for our CARS 39th annual convention. Thank you. February 21 and 22, I think it is. Thursday, Friday. I'm confused because of today.
Okay, Nika, before you leave the podium, I think we have a question for you.
Well, not a question as much as a comment. With regard to the professional development, I'm just going to jump on your point of view and say that it's not that some of these technologies can't be figured out by a teacher. It's that we don't give them time. And there's no other profession that I know that if you're expected to learn how to do something, that you're not provided time during your workday to learn how to do it. So people think, well, it's not that hard to figure out how to use the iPad with this group of kids. It's not that hard, but they're providing instruction all day. That is their primary job, is to provide instruction all day. That's their workday. And then to ask them to incorporate a brand new system or a brand new program or a brand new technology, it's just time. It's not that they're not willing or interested or able or capable. We don't need vast amounts of training. Most teachers I know, if you just provide them the opportunity to work together and the time to do it, they'll get the job done. But I find it to be, when we just say professional development, everybody kind of nods their head like, you people need to be trained. You work on iPads all the time. It's time. And I want to start calling it time. Like, it's professional time for people to adapt and envelop things that would be beneficial to their classroom. And every teacher would do it. We just have to find the resources to give them that time.
Thank you.
My husband works in the corporate learning world, and I'm in the academic world. He's in the corporate learning world. They really are two very different, in that corporate gives them the time for training. They got a new concept, they got a new form, they got a new whatever it might be. There is a collaboration that goes on, and their time is given. Very often the teacher's time is her very own over the weekend or lunch, or during the summer if he or she invests their own time to go to a workshop. But they're also paying for these things out of their own pockets, and that's heartbreaking.
Right. Yeah, great. Janine, did you have a comment?
Thank you so much for presenting and sharing the information. But I just want to mention also that I think you said something that's key about awareness and knowledge. Awareness is knowledge. In LAUSD, we just recently just had school psychologists all get the AT presentation as a PD, but I think we need to look at it from a lens of, as well as like a multidisciplinary, and it's not only teachers, it's about collaboration and working together and just sharing that information, because it's just too much for one teacher to do it. I think we need to be all in there together to be able to do this.
There's just so much out there for our children, and it's just fascinating. I'm going to take time to ask a question. I have an organization that I would like to share with you all. What do I do in order to bring them to you?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Nika?
Well, there's a program that is going on that I had speak at our convention, and it's in adult transition. And these ladies have developed this, and it's locally, it's in the East Bay. And I've wanted to share what they're doing, because they're doing outside the box. So how do I bring that to you?
So great question. Thank you for that. And thank you for the follow-up comments. So the purpose of this is to give us a lens into what's happening in the field. And so this helps us build our future agendas. So there's a couple things that could happen. So we could figure out, based on the notes that Matt I know is taking, figure out what the next agenda item is at a future meeting. And then
So one thought is and this is for all of our partners, is if you have programs that would be good goal award programs, highly recommend you encourage them to apply for the goal awards. It's a really great way to get visibility. But, you know, secondly, if the commissioners decide that that's an agenda item, that they're going to talk about a specific thing, it'd be great for them to have the names of programs that represent, you know, the areas that they want to look at. So definitely pass it along. You can leave it with Matt or Gina.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think when you do make comments, sometimes it's helpful for us to have a written version, or you just follow up in an email afterwards and give us the information.
Okay,
yeah, thank you for that. Okay, great. Next, Matt.
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity to talk with you all today. I'm with Mountain Valley Child and Family Services. I've been there 32 years. We're a private nonprofit residential treatment center, non-public school, and non-public association serving special education students. The reason why I wanted to talk with you today, I'm concerned about the amount of, or the number of students that are sent out of state in order to have their special education needs met. And for me, it's hard to imagine that in a state like California that we don't have the resources to provide services for all of our special ed students. And it would be understandable, and I know that there's some very unique needs that require very specific programs that may not be available in California. But in many districts, the majority of kids, the vast majority of kids that are needing to be placed in residential treatment for their education needs to be met are being placed out of state. And I'm curious why that is. I've been shocked, and I was at the ACSE conference last week. There were 1,600 representatives there from California school districts. And I've been going, and my agency's been a vendor there for the past 7 years. And the theme that we hear from the program specialists and the special ed directors and the school psychologists year after year is that they didn't know there were programs in California, that they really thought that the only residential treatment options available for really high needs kids were in Utah. And I found that very concerning. We got together after sort of trying to make a splash in this environment to say, hey, there are California programs. But I realized part of the problem was there were 63 vendors at that event. There were only 3 California providers at that event. And so, and only 1 California provider at that event was there to showcase residential treatment for special ed students. There were over a dozen out-of-state programs there showcasing residential treatment options for special education students. So I think this has been a challenge of getting the word out and letting folks know. I am concerned that if the school district representatives don't know that there are local programs available, that perhaps also parents don't know, and that they maybe don't have that as an option to choose a program that might be in their own county, might be closer to their community, or at least within the state of California. One of the things that we've done to try to help address this issue, and I'm also on the board of the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. We partnered with them to create a directory of California programs serving special ed students with mental health needs. And these are all programs within the state of California that provide services. And we've actually sent this out to all the school districts and LEAs and SELPAs that we could get addresses for, and are making this available with the hopes that at least where appropriate facilities in California exist that meet the needs of these students, that this will be an option for the IEP team to consider. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Great. Thank you for coming. You know, you highlight a complex issue that has come up in our meeting a few times, and we have a mental health subcommittee meeting that meets on the first day of our commission meeting. And Danny does represent the Alliance and Alliance members, and you're always welcome. And one of the issues that came up at the meeting this time was the issue of restraint and seclusion. And we know that many kids go out of state because of the seclusion issue. The cost and the change in our system to the short-term residential treatment programs has definitely been something that many questions have come up about that I think is worthwhile for the commission to look at. And so at our April meeting, we talked about yesterday, and if the commissioners are interested in doing that when we get to our agenda building, we will be revisiting that item to have a broader panel and a broader discussion at our April meeting about the issues that you have raised. So really appreciate you coming and sharing the details of your program, and welcome you to come back and share and participate in those conversations.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Next is Danielle Millay, California Alliance of Child and Family Services.
Good morning, Danielle Millay with the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. We just returned from our annual winter conference, and I just wanted to update you that our members of the California Alliance are moving towards national accreditation for their non-public schools and agencies, so that work is underway. We also decided to develop a work group of our members who have non-public schools and agencies to discuss some recommendations that we might have regarding quality indicators for how do we highlight quality programs and track progress for students in special education. Thanks.
Fantastic. Danny, can I ask a question? So you said that your membership represents non-public schools and agencies. Can you give me a sense of how many there are across the state?
So we represent a very small portion of non-public schools and agencies.
Okay.
We represent non-public schools and agencies that are generally affiliated with group homes for foster care, children's mental health, as well as agencies doing children's behavioral health services throughout the county or within school districts. So we represent about maybe 40 non-public schools, but there are significantly more than that across the state.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay, thank you for sharing.
Heather DeFady, Chair, Special Education Local Plan Area Administrators of California.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity to share a little perspective from the field, and I appreciate all the partners that have also had the opportunity to share. It's hard to believe we're in February and almost at the end of February already, so it feels a little more than halfway through the year. Yesterday, as you heard, there was a presentation on the statewide system of support by Dr. Carla Estrada. As the SELPA leads and the content leads have been identified, the SELPA Administrators Association of California is excited to work with these partners in developing and refining of the statewide system of support. And we've already begun engaging with the content leads and the SELPA leads on how to incorporate that work within our association's work. As we are at this point in the year, we have completed our first data submission using the CalPADS file structure. And Barbara, that's a long acronym to remember. So it's California Longitudinal and Achievement Pupil Data System, something like that. So it's our data collection system that has traditionally been used for general education data. And we've had a separate data collection system that has been used for special education data. And as those two are merging, as Stacy shared in her presentation, we are in the process of going through that learning process, and we're very appreciative under Director Wright's leadership that we are engaging in conversations and looking closely as this transition is going through of not only refining the procedures, but the critical investment of time that Director Wright has given of her staff to help train SELPAs as we are moving to this new data collection system. And as Stacy shared in her presentation on the statewide state systemic improvement plan, there are a lot of monitoring activities tied to those different data points. And SELPAs are actively engaged with their local educational agencies on these variety of monitoring activities, including the differentiated assistance work that is the responsibility of our county offices, as well as the performance indicator reviews, disproportionality, significant disproportionality, and as I'm sure the folks upstairs can say, the list goes on and on. And finally, we're to the point of the year where there are many bills being considered by the legislature. And the SELP Administrators Association of California is requesting that ACSE consider supporting AB 428 by Medina, which seeks to obtain funding for special education students who are in preschool, as well, preschoolers who are in special education, people first language. And we're also looking to equalize the special education funding across the state. As we've shared here before, there is a strong disparity between the rates that SELPAs are paid, and that is simply a function of converting to AB 602 from the former special education funding. And it's very vast and inequitable across the state. And this bill seeks to correct that inequity, and it also seeks to put the resources to the students with the greatest needs, and having funds for students who are in certain disability categories that may require more expensive supports to meet their needs. So that is my ask for the Commission to consider supporting this bill, and I believe during your legislation session yesterday, this was one of the bills that you have considered, and so I'm hoping that you seek to approve supporting it again this year. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Heather, and thank you for getting feedback from the association to bring forward.
Next up, Rebecca Accord, Liaison, California Teachers Association.
Since I'm a liaison from the Teachers Association, my input is going to be more from the practitioner's point of view. What we have noticed and what is going on specifically in my district will come as no surprise to you that we are working on improving the performance of special ed students in math. It's something that, we've heard about this whole meeting, these last 2 days. Specifically, we had a presenter come out and share with us some things that they have done in other districts. And we are trying to do our best to improve our students, both in 7th and 8th grade, because I'm a middle school teacher, their performance on specifically our semester exams. And then hopefully that translates into the CASP performance. So that's really what we're kind of concerned with lately. And that's about all I have to say.
Great. Thank you for being here.
West Side Family Resource and Empowerment Center.
Morning.
Good afternoon, esteemed commissioners. Thank you for having us. My name is Anna Da Silva. I'm from Westside Family Resource and Empowerment Center, here on behalf of the Family Empowerment Centers in California. There are 14 of us. And our feedback from the prompt and what we are hearing in the field as we come to, like the prior presenter said, we're almost at the end of the year. It doesn't feel like we're halfway through the year. It just feels like it's snowballing. And what we're hearing is that there is, in the multiple areas, the FECs give us feedback, and in multiple areas there is shortage of teachers, paraprofessionals, occupational therapists, and speech therapists, as well as there is a shortage of giving them the opportunity to have trainings, as we've all heard. And there's a lack of behavioral and mental health support for young children, especially in training paraprofessionals on how to deal with their behaviors, and we talk about restraints. The assessments for our young children's coming in are being either denied because of student study teams are taking the place of it, or sometimes it's denial by delay. They're not really being acknowledged, and then 5 months later we come to find that the evaluations are really not understanding what means for the child, what needs the child has. So in lieu of the evaluations, they are doing response to intervention or different models, but they're not doing the comprehensive special education evaluations that parents need as they start the preschool system. Also, in denial and access to programming, there's, we're doing a lot of work in early start, but once we transfer out of early start and transition into preschool, there's limited opportunities for kids to go to school from the ages 3 to 5. That's our concern right now as FECs and early start family resource centers. We work with families that are trying to access preschools, especially if they do not qualify for Head Start programs. So in certain areas, in rural areas, there is no support for technology or internet to reach families where there's a shortage of therapies. There are no transition programs for ages 18 to 22 for students with mental health issues or emotional disturbances. So that is an area that's a big concern, because we do not know how we're trying to fit, square pegs into little round holes when it comes to transition programs. As well as in the rural areas, students are on buses for over 2 hours and arriving home, sometimes with their oxygen very low, or arriving to, from school, at school, wet or having seizures. And so those are big concerns in areas that cover a lot of distance. We are now seeing, as we continue, that our 14 FECs are serving families way beyond their catchment area. So therefore, we are working closely with Assemblymember Garcia to support AB 236 for the FEC expansion bill. And we are asking for ACSE to support us in that. And I thank you for your time. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that information forward. Okay, commissioners, definitely appreciate the engagement from our stakeholders and folks from the field. And as I said, I really appreciate you coming forward and sharing the information about the challenges that you are seeing out there. And if you can leave something with us so that as we're building our agendas, we have that feedback from you directly that we can use to prioritize the items that we are hearing. So thank you again. I'd like to give Kristen one more opportunity to share, and then we will break for lunch.
Hi, just a couple quick things that I neglected to mention. I apologize. The first one is that I think Stacy talked in our State Systemic Improvement Plan presentation about really trying to align our contractors. One of the things that we're also doing as part of our contracts moving forward is ensuring that even the ones that were more of a tier 2 or tier 3 level of assistance are now creating resources that are tier 1 also, so that we're not just sharing with those that we're directly interacting with, but whatever they're creating for all those folks is really available statewide. So they're doing an incredible job organizing different kinds of professional learning. And just a little while ago on SPED InfoShare, we sent out information on a bunch of professional learning opportunities through the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project. And on sipinclusion.org, they have some great resources, and we'll list all those professional learning opportunities. But I just wanted to highlight between March and May, they're doing 6 incredible opportunities that are open to any of our professionals or families or whoever wants to attend them. And so you can look online for those. The second thing I wanted to mention was there was some talk about parents really understanding the basics. And what we found with so many new folks coming into special education, that just the basics of the law are things that people need to be empowered with around the IDEA, and not to forget about that. So our newest issue of The Edge that just came out a few weeks ago, thank you, Mary Grady, for an incredible job on that, really goes back to basics around the IDEA and is a really nice, handy little thing for people to take with them to understand what their rights are, the rights of students and families. And hopefully it's readable. We've gotten some good feedback on it so far, but interested if you have any feedback on it as well. Always want to continue to improve. But that's available online, and then Matt will bring you guys copies after lunch. Okay?
Where would we find the supporting inclusive information, please?
And if you go to www.sipsipinclusion.org, they've created an incredible website that's going to have all the resources on it for anyone to access at any time, including the professional learning. So really recommend you look at that.
Really great resources. And yes, I just want to reiterate the special edge, the guide that was included was very user-friendly. Thank you, Mary, for your work on that. And definitely have already shared that with folks. So thank you.
And for those in the audience, if you just Google the special edge, it's now called the Edge, but it comes up as the special edge. You can find all the issues of the Edge online.
Okay, commissioners, we are now breaking for lunch. We do have a time certain back at 1:30. We are expecting Department of Finance to join us for an update. So please take some time, refuel, come back with your brains ready to keep working. All right, see you at 1:30. Welcome back, commissioners. All right, we are moving into the final stage of our meeting. Thank you again for your discussion, your time, your engagement. The work that you've done outside of the meeting contributes to the meaningful discussions that we have in the meeting. So just want to thank you again for that. Thank you to the public for hanging in there with us. We definitely appreciate your involvement and your voice in our discussions. So we are moving on to item number 14, Department of Finance update, and I would like to welcome Lisa Mierzinski to the podium. Welcome. Maybe use the middle one.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep, that's perfect.
So much better when I get to sit down and testify.
I'm sorry.
So I just wanted to very quickly kind of run through an overall look at the governor's budget and actually the state finances in total, because I do think that it's important to kind of understand where special education is fitting in this budget and this plan this year. One of the things that's very important with this governor, as with the previous administration, is that we maintain a balanced budget and we build resiliency in the state, because right now we're on like our 10th year of economic boom, and there's definitely going to be a recession. We don't know when. We're still projecting economic growth in our forecast. However, when we do look at what could happen with a recession scenario, it's not. We're trying to plan for it on a state level. So with that, I'll go to my first slide. And this is basically showing you the growth in Proposition 98 over the last few years. It's important to really kind of understand that this growth has been really significant. It's been driven mostly by increases in general fund revenues that the state has seen. Capital gains has been one of them. Additionally, it's been fueled by what we call as maintenance factor in Proposition 98. Maintenance factor is kind of an amount that the state owes Prop 98 when the state isn't doing so well. It needs to be paid back when the state is. And the maintenance factor balance was nearly $12 billion, which is now included in this number. So, one of the first things to kind of realize and recognize is that maintenance factor is now fully paid off. So the growth in Proposition 98 is really going to be more along the lines of moderate growth, and it will grow with the economy. So 2 to 3% would probably be good growth in Proposition 98. So another few things, the next slide, is, oh, what happened? Oh, there it is. Another important thing to point out is really the spending plan. Because the growth in the guarantee was only $2.8 billion, which if you look at any other budget in the state, they would love to see this kind of increase. But for Proposition 98, that's not a lot of money when the COLA is 3.46%. So this spending plan pretty much shows you that the only increases that were received in this budget are LCFF COLA, statutory COLA, including special education, and then the funding that has been providing for the special education concentration grants. So this is significant for those of you who've been around, most of you, I'm sure longer than I have in special education. This is really a significant investment in special education that has not been made, at least in the last 10 years I have been here, but I don't believe that it's been made. We went back historically. It is the largest investment that's been made in special education since the inception of AB 602. So it's important to know that. And the reason this is important to note is because it's a priority of the governor. Special education is one of his top priorities. So I can say, working for the administration, that has not been the case. So this is exciting, I think, in the special education world. I don't know that this plan is perfect. I'm probably willing to sit here and tell you it's not, but it's a starting point, and it's just important to recognize that it's been elevated and it is going to be part of the conversation in the next few years. So. Another important thing I kind of wanted to note that I think in the special education world is kind of important at this point is if you've noticed, we've spent every dollar of Prop 98. Normally in our budgets, we usually build in a cushion. And that cushion is usually the one-time discretionary funds that you see districts get. And what this does is it allows us to make adjustments to Proposition 98 in the coming years should the guarantee drop. Just by normal economic factors, if the guarantee drops, we've been building in probably $800 to $1 billion cushion to accommodate any changes in the guarantee. There was no room to build in a cushion this year. And since that special education was a priority, that funding was set aside for special education instead of building it anytime, one time. So it kind of puts us in a precarious position in that should the guarantee drop or should there be some problems, then there's going to have to be some investment changes or some shifts or changes. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. It does look like some of our preliminary estimates, our revenues are coming in a little bit lower than we anticipated. That may not impact 1920, but it'll certainly impact some of the 18-19 expenditures. So in here, in the budget, let me go to the first slide. I hope I pushed the right button this time. There. The prior administration, I think you know, is a local control funding formula kind of just changed the way we were distributing the funding in Proposition 98. And it was meant to really provide additional funding to areas of low economic, socioeconomics, foster youth, and also English language learners. The local control funding formula, though, really was a funding formula that's for all students, general education and special education students. And the prior administration firmly believed that the special education funding was not kind of a high priority because the local control funding formula should be used to cover any increases in special education. This administration wants to highlight special education and look at it more, but they also firmly believe that that funding, there's a one student, and those students are funded with all funding sources, regardless of what we call them in the budget. So for the special education, God, I got the right button again. For the special education budget, there's $5.9 billion set aside for the special education funding in this budget. $3.9 billion is the base. There's a COLA. The 3.46 COLA is about $131 million. The federal funds are about $1.3 billion. And then there's a $390 million for the ongoing concentration grant and an additional $187 million for the one-time concentration grant. The one-time money is really one-time resources. They're funding that come in, they're one-time in nature. A lot of it is just Proposition 98 that's been savings that we have to respend. So we do them in one time. I think had there been more money, I'll be honest, available to spend, it probably also would have gone to special education, but there wasn't, and so this is kind of the budget as it stands. It's also important to recognize that this is the administration's plan, and now the Senate and the Assembly will be doing their own plan. And so special education needs to make sure they're part of the conversation and stay part of the conversation in all of those budgets. So the concentration grants, we've been getting mixed feedback on these grants. Largely favorable because I think people are very excited that special education has become part of the conversation with regard to funding. Last year, there's been some attempts really to kind of increase accountability, also to kind of make sure special education is brought to the table on the LCAPs and part of the process. That's very important. And also there's going to be more efforts as we go along this year to kind of increase that, the accountability and the inclusion in this process. So there's $577 million in total, as I said earlier, $390 million ongoing Prop 98 and 187 in the one-time funds. The concentration grant formula, I don't know if any of you had the pleasure of reading the formula, but it is based on kind of a 3-year rolling average of both your unduplicated counts and then also your average special education IEP percentage of your total population. So if you're above average, the state's at 11% and you're 12%. 1% of your population would receive these additional grants. And then also you'd have to be above the 55%. And the reasoning behind this is that really the governors and this administration is very, very focused on strategic investments, not investing in things that we're already doing and not getting things accomplished, but focusing on investing in areas of high needs with additional funding. So this is not really meant to replace the special education funding you're getting. It is intended to add on to the services and supports that are already being provided for students. You know, if students should be getting all of the services they need, federal law, state law, everything, they should be getting. But there might be other services and supports that might be needed that the district just doesn't have the funding to provide those supports. And it could be a special education related service or another type of support that a student could use, which may not necessarily be built into their IEP, but could make a big difference. And so those are the kind of services that are meant for this funding. So with that, another part I wanted to point out, because although not
Lisa,
directly.
Before you move on, can I go back to the concentration grants and ask a question? So this is an area that I've heard some questions in, and you'll have to forgive me. I don't remember the exact language from the trailer bill language, but does it say that specifically it should not go to kids with IEPs?
No, it is a lot of times. So the language is usually put out. It's very broad and flexible, and it's that way because not every district's the same. And not all needs are the same. So there may be a district that needs this funding in order to get the services provided in an IEP, but there might be other districts that need additional assistance, but their IEPs are fully funded. So it is very flexible at this point.
So we've heard a lot over the last couple of days about the need for mental health counselors or mental health supports or funds to support inclusive practices or MTSS, a number of different initiatives we've been talking about. So is it those types of capacity building supports at the local level that's being targeted in these funds?
Those would be perfect use for these funds.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
that is the intended. And a lot of it really kind of goes back to the differentiated assistance that districts are you're going to go to your county, they're going to say, you need to do these things. Well, I don't have additional funding, but if I qualify for these grants, I can use these grants and this will help target those population and improve those services for the students.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes. And I'll be glad to answer any more questions on that. So I put this slide in there because I think one of the administration's their whole thing is this cradle to career. And cradle being 0 to 5 is very, very important. And I think had there been additional funding, there might have been some more early intervention special education funding provided. But they tried to focus on that early intervention, care, and learning. And so even though it's not designated as special education, the thought is that research shows that if you invest in these kinds of services, early preschool, home visiting, healthcare, more support to parents, that it does impact the child and it does improve their outcome in the long run. And specifically, a lot of the research we're seeing shows that it does specifically help special education identification and outcomes in addition to retention rates. So even though it doesn't say special education, when we were building this budget, that was part of the thought process, is that these are also very targeted and they should be thought of as sort of a special education improvement type. Any questions? Sure.
The $750 million for facilities for full day kindergarten programs, can you just talk about that a little bit?
So that, it's similar, there was $100 million put in last year's budget, and it really is full day kindergarten, even though it's not mandated and kindergarten is not even mandated. What we're finding is that parents don't participate in kindergarten. It's amazing the rate of participation. And a lot of it is that a part-day program is not fit in a parent's working schedule. And a lot of why the survey that the Department of Education had done is a lot of reason why part days offered as opposed to full day is because they just don't have the facilities. So this is really just a grant to kind of incentivize expanding full day kindergarten. Sure. And then again, I'd be happy to answer. I don't know a lot about some of those areas, but I have a cheat sheet over here that can give me a little blurb. So again, I think one of the main budget resiliency has been very important under Governor Brown especially, and also Gavin Newsom. I'm not used, I have two different hats, right? I have my Brown hat and now my Newsom hat, so I have to keep switching. It's just that the state is in such a great position right now. We've been building reserves in excess of $16 billion. When I started here at the Department of Finance, we had a $27 billion structural deficit. In fact, one of the first drills I did was a cut drill. I had to identify all the cell phones in the state, all the cars, and we were just cutting. So to be in the position we are now is just amazing and really speaks a lot to the hard work of a lot of state agencies and some tough choices and cuts, and now, luckily enough, some improved revenues. So one of the worries, though, is the possibility of a recession. We've built moderate growth, but there is a possibility, and Proposition 98 takes an equal share of the drop. When revenues drop, Proposition 98, it's sheltered a little bit the way the funding is, or the calculation happens, but it could take about 50% of the drop in revenue. It's possible. So again, we built reserves. We're trying to build a budget that can accommodate that, but it could only handle a couple years, maybe 1 or 2 years at the most, of a deep recession. So make sure I covered everything, but I'd certainly be open to any questions if you have any.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. Really appreciate you taking the time to come over here and share some of the thought that went into putting this, sharing this language. Let me open it up to commissioners. Yes, Sarah.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate this information and very happy and pleased to see that our new governor has a heart for special ed and early childhood, and he's putting money behind where those thoughts are. I respectfully disagree maybe with the way that we're looking at doing it, and one of those reasons is because I'm a basic aid district. And so this doesn't help the 11% of kids we serve with special needs in any way, shape, or form. And I know that that's people say it's a terrible problem to be basic aid, boo-hoo, we feel bad for you. But we also spend an enormous amount of general education funds to serve kids, and this just wouldn't make no difference for us, and we would really feel that impact. I would prefer that we look at equalizing the SELPA rates through the AB 602 funding formula. I think you can kind of get to the same place through that, which will affect all SELPAs, all special education in kind of the same way. So I would, respectfully look at that. But again, just really pleased that special ed is at the table and is being talked about. So I just want to thank you for that.
If I may too, part of the problem, and I want to say problem because I agree and I understand the SELPA rates and the variation and how it kind of came to be that way. The administration is very focused on strategic investments. Equalization as it stands or has been put forward in a lot of the bills provides more special education money, but it doesn't really provide more special education money. It provides additional money labeled as special education, but so far it doesn't prevent them from giving less other funding. So if the idea is to really improve services, special education outcomes, it needs additional money and it needs to be targeted, tracked, and to identify what's working. So targeted investments, I think that's, so again, I would welcome any kind of input that you guys had, because this is the governor's plan, and I was explaining this to Gina earlier and others who will listen to me. It's the start of a very long race. The Assembly has their plans and their bills. I'm sure you've seen them. The Senate has their plans and their bills, and then they all have to come together and come out with something. Last year, special education didn't come out with any new funding. Same thing was going on. So this year, though, I really do think some special education, they will be at the table, and there should be part of the conversation. That's my personal belief, so don't put me on the record for that one. But that being said, it's really important to make sure that it's right. And so please feel free to contact me. I can leave cards or through Gina or Kristen, and we need your input and to make sure that we're moving this in the right direction.
I'm glad to have you here as part of this discussion. And one of the things that the commission discusses and considers at times is what is our role. And we all wear different hats outside of the commission, but when we come in here, we are intentional about taking our hat off and just looking at what's out there and what's good for kids. And what we are federally mandated to do is to be and provide input and provide advice to our appointing bodies. And so in that advisory role, we hope that different entities like the legislature, the state board, and the governor, who are our appointing bodies, will seek out our input. And so we're real intentional about being up to speed and having opinions and doing the research on what is coming out, and are thrilled at the opportunity to, as you said, all of these entities are coming up with their own budgets and their own bills, and I hope that each entity will be reaching out to us to say, what is the commission's input? And while we might be taking positions on bills in our different capacities, this is a place where they can come as a research arm to provide input and provide feedback. So thank you for letting us. Yeah, yep, and then Christina.
So the other thing that I would mention is that we did have several members on this commission who were part of the special education task force and spent a lot of time looking at funding and different budget models, and it might be nice to kind of use that and go back to that again and see what some of those recommendations were for funding, because that was again a group of a lot of different people wearing a lot of different hats and coming from different perspectives. And I think that group kind of came together, and I know we don't want that to just sit on the shelf. We want to make sure that that's a document we continue to refer to, because there was a lot of time put into that.
Also, I would like to tell you that I do use that document all the time, and I was on the task force at the time, but I only made a few meetings. I'm sorry to say, but it is something that's on my desk. It's on my analyst desk, and we do refer to it a lot and look at it when we're looking at these policy decisions. So,
great. Hi, this is Christina. Just out of curiosity, and I don't think you mentioned at the beginning, I could have missed it. I recently heard finance talking about the projections of people over the age of 65 and what the demographics in California would look like in 2020 as a result of that increase. When we look at the funding for special education and school systems in general, is there any projections yet made from early intervention, maybe specifically to special ed, or the entire children population, in terms of knowing what it will look like as we move forward in serving youth and children? Are the numbers going up? Are they smaller? It was really fascinating to see finance be able to wrap that around why additional long-term services and supports are needed for seniors especially. And I just wonder if we could have sort of a similarity in student services.
So we do look at that, and we do, I can't say we because my demographics unit is very kind and they give me all these projections. We are seeing a decline in student population. There's been several speculations as to why that is happening, but ADA, for instance, in the Prop 98 calculation is going down. We're now actually negative ADA, which is also kind of hurt Proposition 98 growth as we go forward. One of the things is that people stopped having children during the recession, and they're not. And normally we would see a few years out that trend would reverse itself, and we're not seeing it. What we're seeing is that people are not having children. They're waiting until their 30s to have children, and they're having one, maybe 1.5 children instead of what we used to see as 2 to 3. So there's been a complete change. A lot of it could be the cost of childcare or other, but the demographics is shifting into the older population and less younger students.
Mm-hmm. Kristen?
And it's an important point to make also, while we have declining enrollment overall as a state, our incidence of children with IEPs is increasing. And so when the funding that you get is based on your total population, and that population's going down, if you get less, right, if you're a declining enrollment district, but then you have more kids who are identified, it's just an interesting conundrum.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Question. Other comments, questions, thoughts? You have Lisa's undivided attention at the moment. You want to put your thing? Yeah.
Could you give us kind of an update on the timing, when the Assembly or the Senate, when theirs comes, when the governor, I know there's a May revise, but what kind of, can you just give us a little bit of that information?
So we will start, beginning of March, we will start our subcommittee hearings. And that's kind of the time where the Education Subcommittee in this instance will have hearings. They will listen to the governor's proposal. They will ask questions. They will be formulating what they're going to put in their plan. Then the governor, we provide all the new economic forecasts and revisions in the May revision and a new plan or adjustments to our plan. That then goes forward and gets split into 2 bills, the Senate bill and the Assembly bill. They then take that, have a few more hearings on some of their ideas and plans, and then they vote on their bills. Then those 2 bills go to conference committee. So usually mid-May, I'm going to say we start conference. I'm sorry, my months are blending together. We'll start that, and that's when now they're going to decide and come to terms. It's kind of the time to compromise. The governor's office, the administration, the Assembly, and the Senate all start to compromise what will be in the bill. But it's usually based on the finances economic forecast and from the May revision.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
There also are a lot of bills. And it's important when you're looking at your bills to see the sentence, how it's structured. If it's like, I know there's a lot of Assembly bills for special education right now. So if that Assembly bill is contingent upon funding in the budget, if the Assembly doesn't provide funding in the budget for their bill, so something to think about.
That's an excellent
Or if they
point.
do, then you know that that's kind of the bill they're putting forward. They're going to include that bill as part of their plan.
That's an excellent point. Thank you for clarifying that. Any other comments, questions, commissioners? Okay. Ms. Mierczynski, thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your time coming over, and it looks like we do have a public commenter.
Thank you, and thank you, Lisa, for the presentation. And I just wanted to, on behalf of the Self-Administrators Association of California, thank Governor Newsom for the significant investment in special education in his budget proposal. And I really look forward to the invitation and taking you up on your offer to continue to have conversations about how we can best structure this to meet the needs of all the students within the state. But we are very grateful to be at the table and to be recognized as a significant area of need in our state's finances. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, well, I have to take a moment to just acknowledge during the presentation that Ms. Mierczynski from Department of Finance did also reiterate the importance of funding the differentiated assistance. And, given that this, I have to call out this trend line that we're seeing across 2 days. And Matt, thank you for your leadership in structuring this agenda as we've looked at how we are providing supports and funds at the state, the county, the local, and the actual student level. I just really appreciate everyone's energy into what we have asked for. We've asked for alignment, we've asked for integration, and appreciate seeing it and played out in our agenda and our discussion. So thank you. Okay, commissioners, we're moving on to item number 15. This is our general public comment. And, you know, I realize that we did not have general public comment on both days, so we'll make sure that we do that next time. But Barbara, thank you for making sure that we do public comment after each item to make sure that we are taking every opportunity to engage folks that make the trek to our meeting and want to share their thoughts and their voice. So do we have public commenters, Matt? Great. While Sandra's making the trek to the front, I forgot to do the parameters. So we do public comment. If you folks from the audience, if you'd like to make public comment, you can fill out a public comment card. We do limit public comment to 3 minutes, and there is a beeper, and so you'll see the progression of lights. And we are actually, yeah, right. We actually are precluded from interacting with you. So I know sometimes it's hard if you're sharing or asking questions, we cannot respond with real content. So just appreciate you coming forward.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. I'm looking forward to this opportunity. I'm Sandy Staples, and I'm credentialed with the California Clinical and Rehabilitative Services Credential in Orientation and Mobility. I'm also a nationally certified orientation and mobility specialist. I'm here today representing the California Association of Orientation and Mobility Specialists and advocating for students with vision impairments who are served through our public school systems in California. Orientation and mobility is spelled out in IDEA as one of the related services for students who have vision impairments. And it's kind of to most of the school districts within I work or SELPAs on a basis, it's sort of like, oh, are you the M&O guys who move the portables? So to just sort of clarify what orientation and mobility is, it's that ability to use available sensory information to place oneself in space and relationships of those objects to oneself, or those object-to-object relationships. That's the orientation component. Kind of where am I, and mentally mapping where it is I want to go. And then the mobility aspect using a variety of mobility systems, whether it's a long cane on one's own with low vision aids, or using another human as a partner within that. Are the ability to safely, gracefully, and easily navigate that route from point A to point B. Now, it's much more complicated. That is the simplistic explanation for that. It begins with that first reach into space, that awareness that there is something beyond my body for young children, and that I've got a sense of, I'm getting some information of something here. And so it's celebrating and marveling at that moment with parents and other service providers and recognizing the authenticity of the child. Those skills and concepts grow and build over time and years, dependent upon the environment in which the child is living, going to school, the community that they might be accessing with families, and as they get older, on their own. And those concepts and skills build one upon the other until you're at the point, as I might say to all of you, let's stand in the corner of Watt Avenue and another big street, close your eyes, now cross the street. That's where we're going. The ability to be able to use knowledge of the world of vehicles, to use public transportation, to use light rail systems, to have the self-efficacy and belief in oneself to get to work, to get to school, to get to jobs, to look at all those transitions that are so vital within special education. Those skills and concepts need to be taught in the authentic environment. They cannot be simulated. So,
yeah, you can.
I get another second there. So one of the issues in our field right now is that SELPAs and districts have come up with policies that state orientation mobility specialists cannot take students in their personal vehicles to the instructional environment. The district will not provide a vehicle to get to that instructional environment, and O&M needs to be provided within the school day. So it's denying those students free and appropriate public education, the opportunity to learn in the authentic environment, hamstringing the O&M specialist into doing their job, and timeliness, AB, well, Jeff will do a better job with the numbers, is speaking directly to that issue and clarifying those sections of our current ed code, the section that deals with orientation and mobility, in terms of addressing these issues. 39% of O&M specialists in the field of California have reported in surveys from our field that they are being limited in their ability to address orientation and mobility off school sites and away from the school day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. It's good information.
Next up, Jeff Tom, California Council of the Blind.
Modeling one of the mobility systems.
Nice.
True enough.
Fantastic.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jeff Tom. I am the Governmental Affairs Director and immediate past President of the California Council of the Blind. I'm here today to talk about what, in my view, is the most important piece of legislation for students with vision loss in decades. AB 947 was introduced yesterday by Assemblymember Quirk Silva from Orange County, a teacher herself. And the bill has two major components. The first one is essentially following up on the presentation that Ms. Staples just gave you. It precludes districts and county offices of education from hamstringing orientation and mobility specialists in various ways. They can prohibit the use of a personal vehicle, but only if they provide an equally effective alternative, essentially another vehicle, with enough time to ensure that all of their students are receiving the hours that they need pursuant to their IEPs. They also cannot impose restrictions such as limiting it to the academic day. Orientation and mobility often is very important, not only during the day, but off campus. Some districts limit it to off campus, limited to on campus, instruction. And this would also preclude districts from imposing such a limitation. The other major component of the bill is an entitlement to what is called the expanded core curriculum. The expanded core curriculum is a set of skills that have two commonalities. One, they are skills that sighted children largely obtain through observation of others, peers, siblings, parents, other adults. And two, these are a set of skills that without which children have an extremely difficult time transitioning to either an academic or vocational track after high school. They include concept development, sensory efficiency, that's being able to use all your senses to the maximum. They include compensatory academic skills, which are taught in the classroom settings, such as Braille and large print. They include technology. Our kids don't have that easily obtainable technology instruction that other kids do just by seeing their peers do it at the age of 3 or whatever. They also include socialization, facing the people that you engage with, learning about personal space, learning about dating, all these things that make the world a far more easy place in which to live. There are a number of others, and I just want to conclude by saying that I hope we can work together on this very important bill with you, the commission, and with many other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to have you both here. And Matt, did they both fill out their contact information so that we have that?
Yes, we left it. Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Martinez, Gift Foundation.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's so funny that Jeff got up here and spoke. I actually know Jeff. And my son, who is visually impaired, receives orientation and mobility training. And I can attest to firsthand how important it is for him to have O&M training after school, especially at nighttime, because being able to navigate at night is important for a person who is visually impaired. So I just wanted to say that to start with. I was not going to say that, but after Jeff spoke, I couldn't help myself. So, but what I did come up here to talk about actually is the fact that working for the Gift Foundation and working with parents and seeing them and advocating for them on behalf of students with disabilities, I am asking the commission to look at possibly reinstating a stipend for us. This is hard work that we do. It's a job within a job. So we are asking to be reimbursed for transportation costs, also to attend different workshops, seminars that are given. For instance, I was just recently told by Mr. Almondi, there's a workshop that's going to happen in Anaheim, California, I believe. So me as a volunteer, I would have to come out of pocket to pay for that. So I would like the commission to actually look into possibly reinstating a stipend for volunteers. Thank you very much. Yes. Gifts Foundation, Gifts Foundation. GIFTS, the Gifts Foundation.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Really appreciate that and the background information.
I just wanted to talk about, because we haven't met since the election, and I just wanted to go over a little bit about how we feel about the results. CTA worked very hard to get our governor elected, so we're very happy with that. And we also worked very hard to get the superintendent elected, and then for a while we didn't know whether that was going to be or not. But having attended this commission for a lot of years now, Mr. Thurmond is the only one that I have ever seen attend here. And it may be that I miss someone else, but he has been here consistently, so we're very happy with that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, and no other public comment, Matt? Okay, really appreciate folks coming forward to be engaged in the meeting. Okay, commissioners, put your thinking caps back on. We are moving into the bylaws item. So this is a working session. If you will please find the bylaws in your packet.
Notebook.
Somebody's gonna have to help me.
Reminder.
Somebody. Mine? How come mine?
Need your binder?
Oh, here. Okay. I think so.
Looks like.
All right, so Okay, commissioners, we are going to jump into the bylaws. So have you all have them in front of you. Glad you fueled up at lunch. Remember our working session yesterday was so productive. We're going to do it again. So we're going to start you'll see on the first page, our bylaws were last updated in 2006. So this is an exciting opportunity to revisit a few specific items. And before we jump in, I'm going to let Kristen, who has a significant amount of context, and then in her role as executive secretary has already done some work at looking at the areas that need to be updated. So let me have Kristen give some context, and then we'll jump in.
Thank you. So, as you probably know, the commission is bound by the requirements under Bagley-Keene in the Open Meeting Act. And so as you're thinking about where the bylaws fit into the whole structure between the Bagley-Keene, Robert's Rules of Order, the bylaws, how do you think about all those things together? So I'll try to put it in context, and if I get a nod from from staff, like, no, that's not it, I'll change. But seriously, so Bagley-Keene is sort of the foundation. That's what you are under because of your role, your appointee role, and you're a commission. We follow those guidelines. When there are areas that those guidelines do not address, then we default to your bylaws. Okay? So first the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act stuff, then your bylaws. And if your bylaws don't mention anything, then Robert's Rules of Order is something that you might want to refer to. There's no requirement that you do that, but that's generally what folks accept around meeting decorum. So the bylaws, you'll even notice we were looking at the address of the CDE in the bylaws, and I think it's 915 L Street. And for many of us who've been coming here for 15 years, I've never been to 915 L Street. So if that gives you some kind of indication about how long it's been a while since these were revisited. And in that time, there's also been some statutory changes of just code. And so we went through and looked at the areas that will need some technical changes. And a lot of it's just like removing one code and replacing it with a different code, or just sections have changed and things like that. The thing that I think you may be most interested in is talking about today your election process. And this came up last year. And so as to have a preemptive strike on making sure that everyone's really clear on what the process is, we actually looked into some pieces that were questionable last year around what we rely on for different things. So for the purposes of voting, let's start there. So I think Gina asked maybe we can start with looking at the areas of immediate need. Those are the ones around the voting process. Mm-hmm. There also be the technical changes, and those we'll just suggest for whenever you guys decide you're going to vote on them. We can add those as strike-throughs, and you can decide if those are okay with you, but it doesn't change anything really significant. The other piece is whether or not you want to continue to have your meeting, like a minimum or maximum number of meetings. I don't think that that's anywhere in code that you have to, but maybe you want to set a minimum of meetings and then decide. And if you look in your binder, in the next section is your proposed meeting dates, and I think for the next couple years you have 5 proposed. And you still do, there was some concern last time about the gap between October and February. That can be something, I think that's one of Gina's questions that she'll talk to you about in a minute, that you can discuss. If you want to have another meeting in between, maybe you want to have a virtual meeting in between just to check in, or you guys can decide what you want to do. The other thing I would mention is that there's been I know it's hard for folks to come for 2 days sometimes, and so there's been quite a few folks who haven't been able to make it for a number of meetings. And so it's also something to consider and talk amongst yourselves, what's reasonable And if you feel like this is too many or too little meetings, again, this comes up every year, and commission you guys have to decide amongst yourself what works for you. We'll support you whatever way. What you have to do is you have to meet as a commission. But with technology and other things, you know, we can look forward and seeing what you want to do. One of the benefits, as you know, to meeting in person is that you build community with each other and trust. And over time, commissions that have been together for a long time are very effective. And it's hard when you just meet so often and virtually, or you can't come because you missed key things. And then the next meeting is new for whoever didn't come before, and then you kind of have to start over. So that's the benefit to having this group process, is that, you know, I was on the commission for 8 years, and you become really close to the people that you're on the commission with, and you also learn where your strengths are, and you leverage that, and then you can really start to have some significant impact. And you guys have already had impact, but I know there's a number of new people, and so that is the benefit to being able to come. So back to the bylaws. In terms of from a voting perspective, there's a couple things that we learned that are non-negotiable. The first one is around secret ballot, and I know that's been an issue, but we have checked legally, and all boards and commissions follow Begley-Keene, which are not, secret ballot is not something that is allowable within that context. So, so it would be a roll call vote is typically how you vote. And so with that in mind, you would want to adjust your bylaws accordingly because they don't represent what's currently in the law. And then there were also some mention of what happens when you, there's a process that was set up many years ago, and this is why I'm giving you this historical context, so that you don't have mutiny and you don't have a lot of hurt feelings amongst the members, because you're trying to build capacity with your colleagues. And so that was why there was a put in place where one meeting you'd have a nomination committee, the next meeting you'd have nominations, and the following meeting you'd have the election, was so that it was a thoughtful process. People, you know, there wasn't a lot of ability for like last minute things. And so one of the questions came up about whether or not you could have a write-in on that last day. There's nothing in your bylaws that say you can or you can't, but you already had set up a process saying you had to be nominated on the meeting before. So you already spelled it out in your bylaws what you're supposed to do. Now, what you could do is you could decide that you want to do something like, if in the situation where you had two people who were running, and then at the last meeting someone dropped out, you could put in your bylaws that in those situations you would have a new nomination process, or you would do something different, so that you had a contingency plan. I'm just putting these things out here, so these are things that you can discuss with each other as you think about what kind of recommendations that you want to make. And so as your executive secretary, I don't have skin in the game except for to help you follow the law, but these are your bylaws, and so they're not my bylaws. And so you can come forth with whatever recommendations you want. But in terms of wording, what we'll do is then you guys will, at the next meeting, put what those recommendations are. If you want to vote on them, you can. But first, we just need to make sure that they follow the law, and then we can change the language to meet the requirements within the law for boards and commissions as your executive secretary and CDE. So again, they're your bylaws, but we want to make sure, I think what happened before, this has gone through a lot of iterations, was that folks went in and did a bunch of striking, but there's specific things within the law that need to be included in here. So we just need to put it through a legal process to make sure that they follow all the criteria. Does that sound okay? All right, so I'll let you describe a little bit more about the process.
So good.
Okay.
Nice job.
The fact that it's a self-nomination, is that something that is up for change? Is that something that's a requirement in Bagley-Keene or any? I wouldn't think so, but I'm trying to. I don't know where self-nomination came from.
I think it's just it's something that happened here.
So it's something that we could change in the process if the commission wanted to.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Havania.
Is attendance something that we can change or address in the bylaws? If we're voting and a person wants to nominate themselves and they're not in attendance, is that something that we can talk about?
Yes, we can actually. Thank you for that question. So other questions before I give us a task? Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Good.
Hi. I want to make sure that I'm clear that even though we have a process in place of nominating, designating a nominating committee, having nominations, and then having an election, are we prohibited as a result of that current process legally from also saying that you could still have a write-in?
I think that's part of what we're going to talk about.
Okay.
We're not prohibited from
It's just about what's in our bylaws.
I think one question you want to ask, though, is that if you're going to do a write-in, why are you having a nomination process that runs through time to give folks time, you know?
And what's an appropriate plan B to have in place in the event we're left with one, which is the situation that we had last time. Maybe we could have a scenario or a backup plan that addresses that. Okay, are we ready for an assignment? Okay. Did you say of course? Look at you. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to break up into two groups up here on the dais. And I'd like you to address, I think now we have 4 things. The first one is the meeting schedule. So right now our bylaws say we have 6 meetings a year. We don't. We currently have 4 scheduled a year, 5 scheduled a year. But I think it's fair to note that not everyone makes the meetings. And why is that? Are there too many? Is there a reason, you know, are there too, should we move to one day? Sometimes folks leave early. Like, is the commitment too much? So I would like for your group to talk about, is the commitment too much, and should we be looking at that? The second thing I would like you to look at or talk about, and again, like Kristen said, we're not going into the language and striking, and your job is to just decide as a commission what would we like to have our bylaws say. And so you can use the language that exists as reference. We already addressed the no secret ballot, and so just like you see in pretty much every other entity out there, voting will happen now by a roll call. And we can update our bylaws to reflect that. So I don't think we need to talk about it, but in your 2 groups, if you'd like to talk about that, you can if there's questions. So if we're going to address the nomination process, I'd like your group to talk about either a self-nomination or, like Sarah just added, if you would like the option to nominate somebody else, I would like your group to talk about that. And then what should the nomination process look like? In the past, there has never been any type of campaign or, that's not the right word for it, speech or, an opportunity to say why you might be interested in the role of chair and what you would like to see for the commission. And so in order to do that in a way that's manageable, given that we're not together a lot, what questions on the nomination form should we ask folks that are nominating themselves to answer? What would we like to know about folks that are nominating themselves? And if somebody else is if you're nominating somebody else, we would like that person to accept the nomination or not. And then if they accept the nomination, fill out and answer those questions. So what are the questions that you would like to see on that nomination form? Yes, please.
Can you self-nominate and have someone nominate you in the same thing, or does it have to be one or the other? I don't know if I asked that correctly.
Do at the same time.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Can I nominate myself, but can Christine nominate Sarah in the same election? It depends on how it is, how it's worded. That's my question.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Right now, we don't have a nominations process in itself.
No, I know that. That wasn't my question, though. My question was, could both happen in the same nomination?
If you wanted that to be in your bylaws.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just asking.
That's what we
I think that historically that they moved into self-nomination process because everyone was nominating everyone, and it just got crazy. But you guys can do what you want to do.
So let me recap what I've said so far. So you're going to talk about the number of meetings and what's appropriate. You're going to talk about the nomination process and if we want to have a self-nomination and also add a nomination of someone else, and what should that nomination questionnaire look like. And then the third component would be, what's our fallback if we have, if we are at the last moment left with one candidate, if folks drop out, what do we want the fallback to be? Should we stop the process and then restart the nomination process, or conceptually, you don't have to get into actual language, but conceptually, are you recommending that there be a plan B or an alternate arrangement if folks do drop out at the last minute? That's 3 assignments. Yeah, Havania.
I would also like for us to talk about when we are having the election, if people aren't present, what do we do with that?
So you mean during the election, can they vote?
Can you vote, or can you nominate?
Can you vote or nominate absentee?
During the day of the election, when people aren't here, what's our next course of action?
Great. Yeah, right.
What do you have to be present for?
Okay, so this is a tall order to do, but I would like for you to break in 2 corners or 2 areas in your corners. Review these. We just added a 4th, so review these 4 items, and then we will report back here at 3 o'clock. You have a half an hour, a little under a half an hour, and we will report out. Now, we aren't making any decisions today because, again, we are doing the conceptual framing, and it's up to the legal department to make sure what we're doing complies with law. And then they will come back to us with draft language for our next meeting that we could then take action on. All right, how'd we do? What'd we miss? Are we good? Ready to break? What?
Just give us the 4 things again.
I wrote them down. And
Go.
I'm gonna come on that side.
Okay, Barbara's coming over here.
There's 4, and then there'll be 4.
Boom. Okay. Members of the public, please relax, enjoy yourselves. We will reconvene, and you will be able to listen to the report outs and then make public comment on what you hear. Okay. Okay, welcome back, commissioners. We are utilizing your brain power this meeting. I really appreciate it. So you had 4 questions in front of you. I think they probably went in different order in different groups, and so I'm going to defer to each group on what they spent their time chatting about. And again, as a reminder, we are not making decisions on things today. We are informing the process, and we'll take the feedback, see where we get, bring something back to you at our next meeting. We are at a place where we need to make sure we update the guidelines or the bylaws related to elections, and love that we're adding the meeting discussion and attendance into that. So love to just hear from either group, some highlights, some high levels. Barbara.
We'll start. Well, because I want to get on a plane at 3. No. We would like to continue to have 5 meetings, but what we would like added into the bylaws is if there needed to be an emergency meeting, a virtual meeting because something was happening and we had to discuss it, we would like that added in. We would like the 5 meetings as they are. We wish they could be spaced differently, but we found out, according to the state board, we're doing it the right way. But we would like in the bylaws that there could be, if something had to be done for political reasons or whatever, we would like to be able to have a virtual meeting. where we would all send in our addresses
Yeah, yeah.
and we would do it.
Great.
What do they feel about meetings?
Do you want to do all your feedback? Because I don't know that they spent as much time. I mean, maybe, but do you want to just give your high level feedback?
Isn't it easier for them to take notes if we're all on the same subject?
Oh, you're ready? Okay, great. Whatever.
I'll just speak to this one piece.
Yeah, perfect.
But we actually had a different thought. So don't shoot the messenger, but we really felt like we needed to add in a December meeting, that the space between October and February was too long, and that we were trying to, our understanding was stay in front of the state board meetings, and that there was a January meeting that happened at the state board that did not have a meeting that precluded that. So we were open to just the conversation of how would we do that? Would that be virtual? Would it be a one-day meeting in person? But that was the conversation around meetings.
Nice. Any other comments, thoughts on the number of meetings? Okay. All right, moving on. Nominations. Talk to us about the discussion around nominations. And so there was multiple components to that. What the questions should look like, what a backup plan would look like, or would you have a backup plan if at the end of the process you were left with only one candidate? And then we did talk, I don't think we need to add suggestions about how the absentee ballot works. We got clarification on that. So Sarah, it looks like you are ready to share some thoughts.
I will try and speak for my group. We would be in support of a nomination that includes both either a self-nomination or a nomination from another commissioner, to open it up to people who may have the skill and the will to serve, but may not feel comfortable nominating themselves. So that's where we were in terms of the nomination process. Okay. All right, that's easy.
Well,
good. And then,
yeah, I'm giving our.
Oh, you guys were one group and you guys were
yes.
I'm on that.
And then in terms of, I think where we got a little caught in the weeds was this whole notion of if someone drops out at the end, what happens? And we kind of felt like you still bring the vote forward. If someone wants to have a chair or a vice chair position, it should be irrelevant if there's 2 people running, 3 people running, or 4 people running. So if you end up with 2 people and 1 drops out, you still hold the vote for that remaining person. If they don't get a majority, you bring it back. Right? So you say, we still have 1 person. You still have a choice, and your choice is yay or nay. And if you vote no, then you go back and you say, okay, obviously we don't have consensus on this. We're going to open up nominations and carry it forward.
That person can still self-nominate
Yes.
themselves again.
Absolutely.
We agree.
Okay.
We didn't like a questionnaire. We thought maybe, why are you interested in holding this position with 100 words? We didn't like the idea of a questionnaire.
Well, we thought an 80-page survey would really weed out the people.
Sarah, you'll be the only one right.
Oh, no. But we
Actually, they were okay if we didn't have anything at all. But if we were having something, not a questionnaire.
I think, what we had talked about is that basically anybody on this commission has the skills and the passion and the commitment to be chair. But what I think it really comes down to is truly having that understanding of the chair's role. And we talked about, it's kind of like, you make the sausage, or, you come to my house for a dinner party, my table in the dining room's going to look beautiful. But if you went into my kitchen, you'd go, wow, an explosion happened in here, because I'm not showing you all of the pre-work that I had to do to show you this product. And I think that's part of the conversation. So we kind of talked about, as we go into the nomination cycle, it would be helpful for the chair, the current chair or vice chair, to share a little bit about, you know, the job, what it entails, you know, in terms of their collaboration with CDE, their collaboration with others in terms of setting the agenda. You know, I think at some point Gina had said, you know, it's a 20, or maybe Kristen said it's kind of a 20 to 30 hour job it can be to, you know, kind of do all of these things. And you want somebody who is going to go into it with open eyes versus, I didn't realize it was that level of commitment, and now our commission suffers. And we all talked about, we don't want to be part of a commission that doesn't get something done and really tries to make a difference. And we feel, especially I think in the last year, I've really seen us really bolster the agendas, and really so appreciative of the things that we discuss and move forward. So I think that's what we were talking about is you know, I don't need to have somebody's platform and what they're going to do. I think if you're willing to take on the job and you're realizing what commitment that is, I'll support you.
Exactly what Steve said. So you don't want anything except for
Nothing. And we're okay with that, nothing.
An understanding of what the expectation is, a reality check before someone makes a nomination.
Even if that's checking the box that.
Right.
Because again, the commission is, I mean, I always go back to, I had to follow Kristen, right? Those were big shoes to fill, right? Because Kristen, her vision and her ability to facilitate was impeccable and really hard to follow. But the next chair will also, and there's, you know, it's a yearly process. The next chair will develop what their vision is, and they'll bring along a group of folks, and it'll look different. You know, my style looks different than Kristen's style. The next style person will look different from my style. And so I don't want to put too many parameters around what the expectation of time is. It's a lot, right? But it's what the commission as a group sees its role out in the world as, and that person be able to lead and facilitate and help direct that.
Don't tell us the whole truth, because otherwise nobody will want to run, and you will have no chair.
Okay,
So,
right.
so you know, tell us about all the perks of the job. Right.
Yeah. There, it is glamorous.
And if no one does nominate themselves, or no one points the finger at anyone else, Gina, do you just stay? What do the bylaws say about
It becomes Barbara.
Actually, the truth is that both of us are off as of December, if our appointing bodies actually do their job and appoint somebody, and if that's the case. Now, we could in the bylaws write that we would like the chair to stay on as past chair 1 year. That might be something we could put in the bylaws. We didn't talk about that, but that might be something that you as a commission might think is a good idea. A lot of groups have a past person, so that might be a possibility that the past chair sits on for 1 year for continuity. Now, we do have the August meeting and the October meeting, so it's not like the new chair doesn't have 2 meetings with her. But that is something we can talk about if you'd like to talk. We could even do that, you know.
Well, I just think for the continuity, you know, yes, I'm likely transitioning out, but just for the future, that structure of having a vice chair, which doesn't automatically roll into the position of chair, then to have a past chair be sitting next to that person as a support person for a year is a good structure.
Okay, the other thing we talked about is what happens if the chair has to leave the position? In well, we want to know, does the vice chair automatically move up? Does it say that in our bylaws?
I don't remember what it says.
Well, that's something we have to make sure is.
You're talking about just any time during the year, not for the election.
No.
You're just talking about any time during the year.
Something happens, and they have to leave. They can't do it. In the event that the chair has to leave, who takes over? Does the vice chair take over, or is there an election?
The vice chair takes over.
And is that written in the bylaws?
I think that's.
We'll make sure it is. I think it should.
Any resignation shall take effect at the day of the receipt of that notice, or at any later time specified in that. Shall not be say to make it effective. In the event of vacancy due to resignation, death, or disability in the office of commission chair, the commission vice chair shall succeed in the office of commission chair.
There you go.
Of the commission chair's term.
Thank you. Oh, but see, for vice chair, you have an election.
Right, right, because that'd be the open slot.
Got it.
Right.
Okay. We just wanted to make sure when we were talking.
No, I never knew that. I'm glad you did.
Okay.
So do we want to put in that the chair should stay on for another year as, not as a voting member, just as a,
Everybody.
no, I mean, past chair.
Everybody, but.
Well,
I
but
won't be.
but she wouldn't be.
Well, the bylaws can't change that, though.
No, I guess,
No, she'll be here at least half the year, and maybe longer, depending on until another person is appointed. So you have at least half a year, so that position. But it wouldn't always be that the person's serving out. They may just not be chair anymore, but then they'd be past chair, right?
But adding, this is Christina, adding the past chair position to our bylaws, I think, is really helpful. And in my own experience with my board, it really helps to have the past chair's involvement.
So you could, you're right. So if they're still on the commission, they still
That's
vote.
not a
If they're not
problem.
on the commission, they don't.
but does she get to stay for a year?
It's up to the appointing body.
Well, nobody,
She's just saying in the bylaws. Just add it to the bylaws.
oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, what additional items did you talk about that we have not yet? The fourth item,
Yeah, we did.
what do you think the fourth item is?
Is if people aren't here, can they elect to vote, and we now know we can.
Yep.
No absentee ballot.
No absentee ballot.
So we already, that was a given from, okay.
Sorry, did we also say that when the person is nominated and when the elections are held, the person must be present or on the phone? Okay.
Oh, we
That
didn't
was
know
clarified for us.
Yeah, that was okay.
Okay, you guys did great work again. Nice
It is helpful
job.
to talk through it, though, isn't it?
It is helpful to talk through it. And it's helpful to just put it out on the table, right? Because we are wanting to make sure we get the best use of time and that we follow our own bylaws well. Okay, commissioners. Matt, do we have public comment on this item? Okay. All right, let's move into our final item. Item number 17, commission agenda building for our next meeting. So I've been trying to track items as the meeting has gone. Matt always does a fantastic job of tracking. So I will not run through all of the things I have, but let me just open it up to suggestions that people have for future items. Barbara.
I would like to ask if we could please go back to putting the names of the presenters on the agenda. This was very difficult without having the names of the people.
So can I comment on that? And Matt and Kristen, Layla, you guys can tell me what you think. As we continue to move forward modeling after the state board structure or modeling after the content, I think we had a lot of information about the people that were presenting and less about the content. And so maybe, does it make sense? Would you guys be okay with presenter being listed as separate under the item so that people can reference later who is presenting?
Yeah, I think the name has to be there. Doesn't have to be not a bio. No, just the name and title. I think that's important.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
And maybe not in the context of the description, but just.
Because the thinking is the public needs to know what you're talking about. What is the item? They need to be able to read it and understand what it is you guys are discussing. And most of it originally, but for the last few meetings, has been more about so-and-so,
Great.
But I found it very difficult not to have the names this time.
Yeah. Great. Barbara?
My other question was, is there a way that we could put on the Wednesday meeting to update we don't call it a rubric anymore, but whatever that is, so that it could be fixed and printed so we could take it on Thursday with us to the Capitol?
Yes.
Well, but it would have to be scheduled for when, you know.
But it's not just updating the rubric, it was also, yeah, because we had suggested that Gina and I work on language potentially around AB 428 and AB 8. Well, but we have to discuss it on Wednesday. So whatever, if there is any language that we develop, then we have to bring it to you on Wednesday to see if it's something that we want to create as a talking point for our visits on Thursday.
Yes.
Because it wouldn't be appropriate for us to decide that. So we have to put time on the agenda for that.
Yeah, that all has to be agendized if you guys are going to take that, yeah.
That's why
So,
I suggested Wednesday.
yeah, that's great. So let's just clarify the process. So we have two different processes. We have our Ledge Committee and the work that you and I have talked about doing, and we have our Policy Committee and the work that you guys have talked about updating our platform or our pillars. Yes. Yes. So if the two of you talk, right, not violating any meeting rules, the two of you talk, then you send it to Matt, and we have drafts to look at the beginning of our next meeting, and then we can be quick and efficient and print them for our talking points on Thursday, assuming that the ideal works out and we can get our visits on Thursday.
So we've done the platform. We can send that in, right, our draft, and then we just need to work on the guidelines that we need to send in to him. And we can do that in between the meeting to have it ready.
Yeah.
If only two of you.
If two of you. Perfect.
We did some additional ones yesterday.
Good. That's
So
great.
We'll meet, the three of us.
Two.
No,
Two.
Only two can meet.
That's why that was. I was trying to figure that out. Why can't we get on the phone at the same time?
No.
Anyway, we'll make sure that we'll do it too, and we'll have a draft ready on the agenda for April. Good.
Perfect. Okay, other agenda items.
Yeah.
Other agenda items. For April, yes, ma'am.
Thursday will be pretty much taken up, right? With, I assume
Again, best
after
case
lunch.
scenario, yep.
Best case scenario, with after lunch, just a regroup probably for the day. So Wednesday,
Yep.
we're just building Wednesdays or ideas for Wednesday.
That's correct.
So I don't know, I know enough only to be dangerous, but there is CTE guidelines for students with disabilities. We had a presentation at our last state SELPA, and there was a lot of concern about a lot of kids meeting that standard, which includes like you have to take so many AP classes or IB or be in the military. Yeah. So is that something that maybe I can send you the stuff, and maybe if it's appropriate, if not, maybe in the future.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Is that what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and I think Jenny might have mentioned it at a previous meeting, but that was around what you could count in terms of, is that what you're talking about? Yes.
Would it be helpful for commissioners to have a presentation update from Department of Rehab on the student services? I think that would be great for all of us.
And the blueprint, now that we have had the blueprint in place, maybe that's a separate.
But now
item
that they're implementing and fully embedded in some of the schools,
Yes. Those
I think it would be really helpful to have that.
That's a great idea.
I also would like to get an update on the special ed credential. Now that where are we actually, is it done? Are we saying this is what it is, the process? So that we can, so we can get clarity out in the field about when we can look at expecting that. So that's one.
Fantastic. Thank you, Stephen.
You guys have to meet for 4 days.
I know.
So Gina, is all of this agenda building for Wednesday, since we're going to be out in the field on Thursday? Yeah.
These are just suggestions.
Well, so we have an ongoing list, right? So we still have things that folks have suggested. Yeah, things that are priorities for you. This does not mean that these are the things that are going to be on Wednesday of April.
But am I right? Is the election piece on Wednesday though?
No.
The nomination piece on Wednesday in April.
Well, we just don't know what this, we don't know yet.
Okay.
Talk about logistics, we don't know what the logistics
Yeah,
are gonna be going on.
we don't know what Ledge Day will look like. We know what we want. We just don't know what that'll look like yet.
So will it happen in April though?
Mhm.
Okay.
The nominations.
Thank
Okay. Any other? Move to adjourn. All right, commissioners, Matt, excellent job. Thank you for holding all of it together. Kristen, thank you for your partnership and leadership. I think we should thank folks for their engagement, and we will have safe travels home. We're giving you a few extra minutes in your schedule by ending early, and so safe travels. Thank you again, and see you in April.